Maybe we can move the audio to something. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's Saturday, September 28th, 2024. And we're having another free school. It was a week full of events. And so today, the main discussion will be on the white supremacist social system, a continuation of the discussion we've been having on the white supremacist social system, the Democratic Party in the 2024 election. And we'll start that discussion with Jeremiah kind of going off of a thesis and a series of questions we had from last week about the Marxian concept of the mode of production and how it has to do with the white supremacist social system. But before we do that, we're going to first let Doc talk about the assassination of the leader of Hezbollah.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It seems therefore that we're in another crisis, which is frankly a world crisis and an American crisis. I'll explain. But the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah was a provocation to a wider war. They killed 1,000 people at least to kill him. Israel, and not just Netanyahu, Israel wants a final solution, quote unquote, ironically, to the question not just of the Palestinians, but to Iran, to the axis of resistance, and paving the way for greater Israel that not only includes Gaza and the West Bank, but extends into Lebanon, the southern part of Lebanon. No one can say what these maniacs are imagining. I don't think there's ever been a more dangerous regime in history. It would make Hitler blush. These are, in fact, Nazis. The United States is the regime that's arming them. So much for Kamala Harris's politics of joy. But this is a serious question. It puts, in some ways, the ball in the court of Iran. I'm certain that the leaders and members of Hezbollah are looking at Iran because it seems that there was some agreement that if Hezbollah struck in response to the assassination of Haniyeh, that Iran would strike. In many respects, had Iran come into this, Israel could not have carried out what it is carrying out in Lebanon. It could not have fought Hezbollah and Iran at the same time. However, the ball is in Iran's court. I don't know what is guiding their thinking. Clearly, everyone in the region is aware of this is not just a genocidal regime, but a regime that would, with no second thoughts, take the world to nuclear war. And I am certain that the Israelis want to use nuclear weapons against Iran. Western Asia, what they call the Middle East, has always been a powder keg. There are all kinds of divisions among the Arabs. The Arabs are not all the same, by the way. They're Arabs mainly because they speak the Arabic language, and most are Muslims, and they have certain commonalities. But the Saudi regime is not, the Syrian regime is not Hezbollah, is not the Houthis. You know, you have this axis of resistance, which I am certain have to take appropriate action. The other thing is that humanity in the world must gather the political strength to sanction this regime, to isolate it, to literally say that it has no place in the community of nations or any right to exist at all. Again, I'd like to point to the fact that in the whole world there's 16 to 18 million Jews. If they think for a minute that Jews in the world can survive, which who are primarily white folk, you know, can survive by carrying out this, if the Israelis who support Netanyahu and his approval ratings are going up think that they can exist in this way, I think they have another thought coming. I think we're at that turning point. This is not 56, the first war, or 48, or 67, even 73. This is something completely different. It is existential for the Arab people and the Palestinians, etc. However, the other side of this coin is the United States and this regime. I agree with Jeremiah's article, which is very good, and a lot of people are reading and sharing it, that Kamala Harris must be defeated as a political payback for all that it has done in terms of war, both in Ukraine and in Gaza, now Lebanon, and the West Bank. We cannot elect her. We don't have a great choice in Trump, but this he must know, and the political elite must know that there's a price to pay for war and brinksmanship. I don't know that Kamala Harris can win Michigan at all with this. I don't think she can win Pennsylvania because I think that a city like Philadelphia, with its significant population of Muslims and African American Muslims, can tolerate this, can vote for this kind of genocide. You got some, but not a lot. But we need a peace movement, a larger peace movement, an ideologically more clear peace movement. Although the peace movement as it is evolving is unlike peace movements at other periods in this country's history, especially Vietnam. This is more anti-imperialist. This is a more anti-imperialist, more ideologically clear peace movement. I think it better understands stakes. But the political class, in spite of the people, are going ahead with this war policy, this genocide policy, and so on and so forth. So that's all I wanted to say. We have to gird ourselves for this moment. I guess, I say this all the time. This is not a time for playing and trying to be, as I say, cute and smart and all these different little organizations. This is a time to unite the people, to go to the people, and to raise the ideological and moral consciousness of the people.
Well, If people wanted to say anything, I think we could say it now before we begin the discussion. Otherwise, we could just begin.
I have a question. So, we're talking about what talk you said about the peace movement now as
Mhm.
opposed to
Vietnam.
the Vietnam War. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be clarifying to discuss like exactly the quality that makes it different. Now, I know
Mhm.
one of the things we talked about during the student encampments was that the resistance to what was happening in Gaza was not driven by the the question a lot of young people had to avoid the draft. Like nobody was being drafted, so it was more authentically a moral stand with very little for these young people who were making the stand to like very little that was being asked of them to risk, but they were willing to risk everything. But yeah, I just wondered if you would elaborate on.
Well, just for the reasons you gave, I mean, um, a lot of what fueled the anti-Vietnam War movement, especially among young people, was the fear of the draft and going to fight in an unpopular war, which was increasingly seen as unjust. There is no draft. There is no sense that the students will be drafted to go fight in the Middle East. Although I should say, I forgot to say this, there are huge numbers of American troops in the area, and more are coming. And the bombs that they dropped on the apartment complex where Nasrallah was a 2,000-pound bomb, the same type of bombs that were used in Gaza, and they only come from one place, and that's the United States. So the U.S. is still arming the regime. I think the student movement, and I think I get this from examining the response of universities and governments, et cetera, to the students. The student movement posed an existential threat because if the students win, the nation would have to change the course, its course. It would, in a lot of ways, it couldn't survive. The neocons would suffer such a huge setback. Don't forget what Richard Haas, the former head of the Council on Foreign Relations, said that the greatest threat to America's security is not China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, but the American people. I think that remains the case. Trump has, for reasons that you have given Purba, the legal cases that they forced upon him, depleted his campaign funding. I think in some ways, in a cynical, but that's probably a part of him. He had to go begging to the Zionists. And frankly, it makes him look like just a fraud, a person not to be taken seriously in some ways. But that's what it was. He had to go begging. But in some ways, and I think I get this from Jeremiah's, he's gotten out of the way except for saying things, but he's not directly involved in the policy. And I know he met with Zelensky from Ukraine, but he did not, to my knowledge, meet with Netanyahu, because Netanyahu was at the United Nations. Now, the thing could have been that with the assassination of Nasrallah, he flew back to Israel. You know what I'm saying? but he knew it was going to happen anyway, and probably he didn't intend to stay here. But then, there's certain things we just can't overlook. When Netanyahu spoke at the U.S. Congress, the joint session of Congress, he got all of these 58 standing ovations, and these people acted like fools or circus seals, clapping, which kind of indicated that the Zionist lobby controls and runs the House and Senate. But nonetheless, it was disgraceful. The other thing is it shows the separation between the political class and the people. And so, it's hard to say who's going to win this election. In some ways, I have to tell you that, I care less and less each day. We got less than 6 weeks. But, I guess we have to defeat Harris. We have to send a message. The people have to send a message. In spite of the fact that the polls don't pick it up, war and peace and spending for war is high in the consciousness of the American people. That's what I would say. The other thing is the student encampments were deeply connected to the mass sentiment, and there was a big demonstration of many thousands when Netanyahu spoke at the United Nations. I think that movement is just going to grow. I think everybody knows that we're on a knife's edge war and a wider war, and we can't rule out a wider war in the Middle East could easily turn into a nuclear war because you have Nazis and maniacs running the state of Israel. And you cannot, because they are Jewish, give them any kind of buy or, well, they suffered, therefore they can do. No. So, yeah, that's what.
I wanted to say about Hassan Nasrallah, because he was not a politician, he was not a military man, but he was a religious figure. He was a cleric, and that's a facet of the Iranian Revolution in 1979. In the Iran-Iraq War, the Iranians didn't have the weapons that the Iraqis had because the Iraqis were armed by the Americans. So I think Mohammed Morandi spoke about this. He was within one of those units, but they would give unarmed men a copy of the Quran, and ages 14 to 16, and they would tell them to run at the Iraqi machine guns, and they did. And after machine gunners would run out of ammo, then Iranian commandos would move in. But these types of organizations that are inspired by the Iranian Revolution, like Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, and other the Popular Mobilization Front, like that's the type of people who are fighting in that. And it's a difficult thing to beat someone or beat a force that believes that they'll live forever. It just shows you the difference between the ideas between the Israelis who just want to party on the beach, and then the Shia forces who aren't just only focusing on the Shiites of Lebanon, but are good for Christian Lebanese too, who have always enjoyed the support of Christian Lebanese and minorities, in the Middle East. And then, so that's the, type of leader that Hassan Nasrallah is. And then also, it's, Norman Finkelstein, I think he said it at the Free School event, or maybe he said it on a video I watched, but he said that Hassan Nasrallah was the best, political speaker that he had seen in the Middle East. He gave the, best, most concise political analysis. And, Hassan Nasrallah would speak for hours. And, the first part of his speech will always be dedicated to, the martyrs of the cause. And, he never took that for granted. And, there's one video where I watched him give a speech, and he's, using his oratory. He's a master orator. And he had riled up the crowd so much that he had to tell them to sit down and be quiet. And then, finally, I feel like people misunderstand Hezbollah and what they are, because they're not an organization that seeks, state power. They're adjacent to the state. I would describe the situation as dual power. Just like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard has no intentions of assimilating into the state. Rather, their primary function is to move forward, what they call the Shia revolution, those ideas of 1979. So, I think even I don't know the full history and the context of the Iranian Revolution. And, Israel supported Iran in, their war with Iraq. But so there are all these complications and contradictions. But I just wanted to give some, background to what kind of organizations these are. But even though I'm not a Marxist, how can you compete with, how can Marxist organizations that are so committed to their ideas? And also there's some Marxists who, oh, if you're not Marxist-Leninist, then you're not a real Marxist. Because these are the Marxists we're talking about recently. But yeah, I just have a lot of admiration for and Hezbollah, because it wasn't about, state power, but advancing, a cause of, and it's in defense. It's an organization that was created, not in 67, but in 81, to defend Lebanon from an invasion from the south. And they're the only military force who has fought Israel in direct confrontation and won. That is still around. So I just wanted to say that about us.
I think in addition to that, part of what I've been reading about Iran and their approach up until now has been what they call, the phrase is boiling the frog. So that's kind of their approach to Israel, in which Israel's clear strategic calculus is, we want to provoke Iran, in particular to strike US assets. And in that way, if Iran strikes US assets, then the US becomes directly involved. And that makes it much easier for Israel to go up against Iran rather than basically one-on-one. And I mean, throughout the entire, since October 7th, it's been very clear that Israel's almost like primary enemy that it wants to defeat is Iran, basically. And it's like obviously the Palestinians, but they also see Iran as part of the primary enemy. And I think it is a looming question of how Iran will respond, because up until now they've been using this whole kind of like war of attrition approach against Israel, because they don't want to basically play into the trap that the Israeli regime is trying to set, which would basically result in like actual nuclear war. And but at the same time, I think it's also true that like it's not just Nasrallah, it's Israel killing Ismail Haniyeh in Iran, the leader of Hamas, recently assassinating all of these people. And yeah, like I do think that Iran sees it as, especially the assassination of Haniyeh, as like an actual violation of Iranian sovereignty. And I think that that makes sense. But yeah, it's almost like Iran has to both operate and respond in a way which does not simply play into what Israel wants, but still actually is somehow able to say, like, absolutely, like, you can't, like, there are and there is consequence for the Israeli regime acting in the way that it does. And yeah, but I don't know. I feel like everyone, like we've been, like this past week has been filled with a lot of anxiety. Just because, like, even before they assassinated Nasrallah, the attacks on southern Lebanon, and then now this attack on Beirut, and yeah, the total impunity with which Israel acts, and yeah, being like, well, I don't think they would have even cared if Nasrallah was even there in Beirut, and they would have been fine with just killing 1,000 people anyways. And yeah, and I think so. Yeah, also yesterday, Shantanu and I went to a vigil for the martyrs in Lebanon and Palestine at Penn, which I think was like open community and stuff. And there was a very immediate and tense police presence, and it was maybe what, like 40 people or something.
There might be more.
It might have been like maybe like 50 people at max, and then but all of the students, and I think there were some professors there, all they were doing, and also community members, but all that they were doing in this vigil was reading the names of martyrs, telling the stories of people who like of Lebanese civilians who'd been killed by Israel, and reading poetry. And basically the entire time there was like a security guard guy who kept yelling very loudly, and this was a black guy too. He was like, "You are violating, like, this is private property, you're trespassing, you have to move over to like this other corner, it's like 34th and Walnut, which is the sanctioned area for protests now." And I think there's like other things that were happening, but basically, yeah, like it's so like the reaction from the university administration and from the Penn police is so absurd, because basically they're saying grief is illegal, public grief is illegal on Penn's campus. And like it wasn't really even a protest. It was like literally just reading the names of martyrs and telling their stories and reading poetry. And like people had like flags and keffiyehs and stuff, but it was the police who made it into an actual disruptive thing on campus, ironically, by basically like they do this tactic like called like kettling, in which they encircle the police encircle, and then they kind of like start to like move in. And so at a certain point, it was like I think people who were there like, yeah, like, if you're an international student, or if you don't want to be, if you're not comfortable with being arrested, you should leave now. And so like Chelsea and I left because Chelsea was also international. And yeah, like there's also this case at Cornell where a few of us went, where international student who's a grad student is probably going to be deported because of his involvement in like the Palestine stuff at Cornell. But yeah, like basically like there's like locust walk on Penn's campus, and the police like in a really obnoxious way basically started like pushing people back, and we're like, basically, one, you can't see, like they were trying to push people back so that there wouldn't be witnesses to what the police were doing. So the remaining like vigil people who were like now huddled into like a tight circle. And I actually don't really know what happened in the end, but and then they were also basically like blocking off the entire like throughway, which was still, yeah, like, ultimately the police were the more disruptive presence on campus rather than the vigil, ironically. But yeah, it's so absurd. Like it's like hyper paranoid, hyper draconian reaction to what is essentially just like people gathering to grieve people who've been killed. And and yeah, I do think that like we already knew this, but it's not just about, it's not just about the university's investment in Israel, whether it's Penn or any other university. It's about the university as an ideological battleground. And that is what causes the administration to react in such a bizarre way, and such a paranoid way to anything. And yeah, I think I guess like the strategy up until or right now is that they want to try to isolate any student protesters or kind of student activists so that the larger campus community doesn't want to get involved because they basically like you're trying to make an example out of the ones who are actually willing to take any kind of stand. I don't know if that will work, but it's yeah, it was very tight, where it felt very, and I was like, the reaction from the police felt so disproportionate to like literally what was happening, which was a vigil, basically. Yeah, I just want to say that.
Can I add to that just a little bit? I just wanted to add to that a little bit, which is like Jeremiah said, it was not a formal protest. It was just, people reading out these names of children below the age of 1 who were killed. And everybody was saying their names like, again to remember them. And the reaction was very disproportionate. So there are a couple of things that I noticed when I arrived there. The first thing is that the vigil started with the Negro spiritual, "We shall not be moved." And then when the vigil started, the same black security guard actually went up to who were the professors and asked them that you can't do this here. And they asked why not. And they said that, well, this is private property. And like, we're all Penn professors. These are all Penn students. What are you talking about? And so he left for a little while. And then I noticed this other woman. She was a black elderly woman. I don't know her, but she must have been part of the Penn administration, who went to this black security guard and was asking, why are these people still here? And he said, well, because they're all Penn faculty or students. And she said, well, if they have not registered this protest or whatever this event is, then they are trespassing on this property. Get them out of here. Just say that if you do not have registration for this assembly on campus, then it is illegal and you are trespassing. It doesn't matter what your affiliation. And so she said this and left. And then, the police started surrounding us. So we all formed a circle and we kept on going. And like Jeremiah said, the most disruptive part about the whole thing was that every single minute, the security guard was saying that you are trespassing. Please move to the corner of 34th and Walnut to continue this assembly. Every single minute, while these names of children who have been martyred were being read out. And, in some cases, they were saying that this child was killed on his 8th birthday. And and then we had somebody there who lost both their grandparents a day ago. And we were just there to share in that grief. And that is apparently not permissible to the UPenn's authorities. So I think Jeremiah and I removed ourselves after they started kettling. and we were said that if you're an international student, please leave. There might very well be arrests at this point. And I noticed that all the police gathered there had these racks of zip ties where you sort of put it on the wrists and tie people up. So they had those things out. And we moved a little away, and we were still looking while these people were just sort of saying that move away, clear this area. And then we saw that the little close-knit crowd of people, they dispersed after another 10 minutes. And when I was going back to my building, I ran into, I guess, one of the professors who taught at Penn, who was part of this organizing committee. And she said that, well, the police came and sort of got in our faces, and they broke us up at the end. So we decided to march along Walnut for a little while with the flowers and the pictures of the martyrs. And because, like, we were about 50 people, and then there were like 15 after they started surrounding us. And so there were far more than 15 policemen. So they sort of outnumbered them. And it does seem like anything that goes against university policy, which doesn't seem to be protecting its students anymore, is outlawed. And people who have given their entire careers to teach students at Penn or are students at Penn, they can become trespassers in an instant if you go against whatever their official policy is, which we know doesn't come from, well-meaning educators, but it actually comes from the Zionist lobby, probably. But I guess I just wanted to end by saying that I felt quite moved when I heard them beginning the vigil with "We shall not be moved," because I think that represents a distinct difference in the quality and nature of the movement that we have now versus we're saying during the time of the Vietnam War. I think the question of the moral has entered the individual heart. And
Yeah, I've been really, honestly, like, part of the reason why it's hard to speak is because I'm honestly really angry. Like earlier this week, but then this morning, because I copied Doc and have the New York Times app now, so give me notifications. And I got the notification at 6 a.m. that said that Israel has successfully assassinated Hezbollah's leader. And I was very upset because it feels like a blow, to not just the Palestinian people's struggle, that they're continuing on it's almost a year since October 7th last year. But it feels like a blow to humanity. And I've never felt this angry. I think what James Baldwin said when he said the white man's sun has set, the party's over, is correct. And I think what he said in To Be Baptized, which he published in 1971, where he says, people who treat other people as less than human must not be surprised when the bread they have cast on the waters comes floating back to them poisoned. It's like Israel, Doc, what you were saying, Israel has to pay a price for how easy war is, brinkmanship is. And not only that, but I think the American people have to pay a price. The American people have to pay a price. Because the American people allowed for Israel to, the American people have, it's not just the Israelis supporting Israel, the American people have allowed the Israel to become what it is. And the American people have to pay a price now. Like, the party is over. The question is, it's no longer a question that there will be violence. There will be extreme will have to change. The question is how much damage will be done. And that is why, that is the American people's role. How much damage will be done, because King did his best. The civil rights movement did its fucking best to minimize the damage for their own children, to have a future, for not to end up in complete violence. And you killed him. So the white man's party's over. That's for fucking real. And for us, it is this question of like, it's time for a peace movement, because that's the only way out. Or else, like, this is all fucking done. And yeah, and it's time for Israel to face the music.
I just wanted to say one small thing in response to the report Shantanu and Jeremiah you were giving about the vigil. I think the reason why it makes sense that a small group of like 40, 50 people can get people to be so much on edge is because, symbols may not be everything in a struggle, but they're important. And it reminds me of, what we put in the documentary with Emmett Till's mother making that decision to show what they had done to her son. A small group of people and this public display of the grief or a people grieving is enough to start something that will soon snowball. And forget about the university, the American state won't be able to really stem the flow. And I think that is how I understand this extreme. It's not even paranoia, it's legitimate fear, it's legitimate fear of what can be started by just a small group of people standing there grieving these little children who have been murdered so inhumanly.
Yeah.
This might not be very relevant, but I want to say this, that after this incident, which was 1.5 hours, I went back to my department. And it was like I entered into a different world. The people who work in these glass buildings at Penn have no idea and want to have no idea of what is happening outside those four walls. Every professor in my department, all the people who are working there, grad students, undergrads, postdocs, it's like they don't wake up in the morning and feel the same way that I do, which is what is going to happen today or tomorrow, what is going to happen to these children, what is going to happen to the entire Middle East if war breaks out. They're very single-minded in their protected space. I think that they think that as long as they are protected, their work is protected, that they can go to work and focus on nothing but insignificant research, the insignificant research that they do. that everything is fine and nothing else matters. When I go to work every morning, it is painful to look into the faces of everybody who is just going to conferences and getting boxed lunches and sitting down and talking about who has scooped who and who's getting published in what journal, whereas there are lives every second being snuffed.
Yeah.
The academic institution of Penn and most others have compromised in the worst way. They have lost their humanity. If they can not admit or even feel that something greater than them and their stupid work is out there and is relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's part of the part of the reason why I electronic intifada was in some ways after the DNC online event that we did, and but I think especially as things accelerated in the Middle East, and it's like it's not just the apathy, but the sickening feeling of like watching people cheer specifically for the Democrats and for Kamala. And yeah, like America is a big society. And I think the rub of even like something that you're describing. In the end, this is like Baldwin's thing, in the end, people do pay a price. And whether or not they will ever recognize it, that price is basically the wreckage of their own lives. And but yeah, I also agree with Emily though that we are angry, a lot of people are angry. I think a lot of people are really pissed off and they have a right to be pissed off. And I'm angry at, yeah, like my country, to be honest. And yeah, it's like the sickening thing too, especially about the Democratic Party case, is they're already like even in like most like every poll, the base that constitutes the Democratic Party and would vote for Kamala are actually much more opposed to Israel genocide in Gaza than even the like much more compared to the Trump movement. And yet you say you're opposed to what Israel is doing, recognizing that the US is directly enabling that. And yet somehow there's some moral calculus being played where, oh, like I'm opposed to this, but we have to defeat Trump. And I think that's what disgusts me the most is you think you can play with the lives of, yeah, like thousands of people, tens of thousands of people who have been killed as a result of your own consent. And yeah, like I'm interested to see how we get into the Marxian and stuff, but honestly, it is what Baldwin talked about, like, the sickness in American society, where people are like, oh, like I can't really do anything about it. It's not my problem. Like all this stuff that's happening, like it's not like I don't really understand what's happening, and like even if it's bad, like it's complicated. And like, what can we do? Like, I saw that Kamala said she wants a ceasefire, so like, I trust that, and I know that the administration is doing everything that they can to like like try to bring the war to an end. And it's just like, are you a child or are you an adult? Can you actually think for yourself? And like that, like when we talk about like the state, what whiteness means in terms of relinquishing one's own authority to the state, like that is, I feel like for me, that is the clearest indication of it. It's like all of these people who are oh, like I feel bad about what's happening in Palestine, but oh, like it's not really like my problem. Or I don't know. It's just there's something very sick about it, and this thing of like, oh, like no one can really. It's not really anyone's fault. At the end of the day, no one can really be blamed. It's just a sad thing that it's a tragic thing that has happened in history, and war is bad, and we all know war is bad, and yeah, it's kind of like throwing up your hand, like, oh, like what can we do? And yeah, I think in order, like this is what we mean also when we say a peace movement has to be and necessarily is a movement for actual democracy in which the people have to take responsibility for their own country. And yeah, basically as the world accelerates towards like all out nuclear confrontation, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's with Russia, whether it's in China with like the Taiwan Straits and everything. The question is, can Americans take responsibility for their country, or is it all out of our hands? And that is a great responsibility which is placed upon the American people, and it's an open question of whether people can actually assume that responsibility or not, whether they have it in them to accept that responsibility and to embrace it or not. And yeah, but I honestly like it does sicken me to see all these people cheering for someone who is directly guilty of a genocide and is directly guilty of pushing the world even closer to the only thing which is worse than a genocide, which is nuclear war, multiple genocides. And yeah, I think that's part of the reason. But I think it is like, based on the responses I've seen, I think more people feel that way, even if they don't necessarily articulate it in all kinds of places. But yeah, I think people feel that, and the question is like, can we move beyond this feeling of like helplessness? Like, oh, it's all out of our hands.
So, if no one has anything else to say on this, Jeremiah, maybe we can start with your presentation.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna try to keep this clear, but basically, last preschool, I raised certain questions which are part of the ongoing ideological development of free school and where we're moving. And I want to just start by saying I'm not coming into this with basically predetermined conclusions to the questions that I'm asking. And that obviously, or just generally speaking, the task that free school has undertaken is trying to work out a revolutionary theory for the United States in particular. And the criteria for that theory is essentially whether or not we can arrive at truth, the truth about our social reality. And I was also thinking about and like his work, sociology hesitant, and also Russia and America, where he talked about the search for what is essentially like a science of human action and how that arises in the United States. But yeah, I think what I was saying earlier, it's part of what is daunting about it is that we're attempting to work out a synthesis which no one else has even really tried to achieve yet, except for basically only the people who are part of the Third American Revolution. So yeah, that's just like general intro, but I also wanted to discuss or give some recap of things that Free Response discussed over several years, like leading up until this point. Also in kind of as the political landscape has evolved and changed. Like, and that includes basically a critique of this whole notion of quote unquote racial capitalism as it emerged from academia. We've also very strongly critiqued, this whole version of white supremacy, which emanates from the ruling elite in particular, who wield this, like their version of white supremacy, basically to reinstill the color line and to reimpose color line. And I think in particular from our 10th anniversary, the hypothesis that we put forward was that the American people are already in the process of becoming one people. And this is, I think, a hypothesis that I don't know if we would amend today or we need to re-examine it today. But I just wanted to say that because that's part of like also the long arc of like where free school is coming from. And I know that there's been a lot of other stuff that we've covered and discussed, but those are important things that came to mind for me. And so basically from there, I wanted to talk about Marx and Engels, and in part because I think, to be honest, none of us really have training in Marxism aside from Doc. And so it's very interesting to actually like try to engage with like Marx and like Marx and Engels writings and stuff, because it's like even aside from a whole criticism of like the current left in the United States, like there are so many claims that are made by Marx and Engels, which are very strong claims, which I have feelings about and also disagreements with, or just things have turned out differently than like how they formulated it. But I guess just to start, like this, I think it's pretty obvious, but Marxism arose as a response to the Industrial Revolution in Europe. I think that is very clear from, I was reading like, obviously the Communist Manifesto, reading like their critique of political, like Marx's critique of political economy and stuff like that. And so it's this response to the Industrial Revolution in Europe, and specifically, I think they use the example of England in the formation of the working class in England. And yet, even though it's a response to this like very local phenomenon of what is happening in Europe, and like basically from the 1700s to 1800s, they're still making, like I said, very large claims about world history. And I think this is part of what I've been thinking about and trying to digest and come to terms with, in which I guess this is just like a quote from, I think it's like one of the prefaces to the manifesto. But basically, I know that this is probably from people, but like the claim that they're making is that, quote, in every historical epoch, the prevailing mode of economic production and exchange, the social organization necessarily following from that economic production, forms the basis upon which society is built up, and from that which alone can be explained the political and intellectual history of that epoch, and that consequently the whole history of mankind since the dissolution of primitive private society has been a history of class struggles, contests between the exploiting and the exploited, between ruling and oppressed classes. So that's kind of the whole case, the argument, the thesis that Marxism is making, in which you're not just talking about the European working class, like the European Industrial Revolution, but they're extrapolating from that in order to make a larger claim about human history, what is driven human history. And I just want to frame it because I think that that's part of what we have to contend with and work out. And I know that we talked about, like this question of like mode of production, but from my probably very primitive understanding, when Marx and Engels talk about the mode of production, they're basically trying to capture, in my understanding, the total process for producing the necessity of life, the necessities of life, and therefore reproducing society. And so basically as part of that, when they use like this term mode of production basically encompasses the unity of both what they call material productive forces, which is both like the means of production, labor, capital, all that stuff, and then the relations of production. And so that's kind of the social organization, which basically facilitates or like works hand in hand with like the productive forces. And so also this is just my understanding, but like the mode, when we talk about mode of production, that is basically trying to cover or speak to like the economic structure of society, and then their case is that that economic structure is the foundation for everything, all social, political, intellectual, ideological life. And that basically Marx and Engels' case is that in the course of human history, revolutions have occurred when material forces, productive forces, outgrow the relations of production, and hence new relations are needed. And this is represented by the struggle between classes, which are represented by like older, newer forms, also by the oppressors and the oppressed, who are tied to these kind of relations. And so, like, and specifically in the case with Europe and the Industrial Revolution, basically, like what Marx and Engels are describing in like the manifesto and other places is like when you have the invention of like steam power, machinery, like what is it, like the loom, it's like the specific spinning machines for like cotton production, all that stuff, that is obviously much more efficient than older means of producing things. And that therefore, as a result of that, this new capitalist bourgeoisie class arises because it owns those machines. And that this basically, this whole rise in industry displaces older manufacturing systems. And there, as a result of that, also workers now have no choice but to basically survive by selling their labor to capitalists, who are the ones who own all these machines. And that this basically revolutionizes society as a whole. It also creates a world market in which, this is the part which was very questionable to me, where Marx and Engels are basically saying like all of these like backwards, like stagnant civilizations like China, India are now being quote unquote civilized by the industrial, like the European Industrial Revolution, and that also like China, India are now having to adopt basically the like a bourgeois mode of production in order to compete against the penetration by Europe into the markets. And so the basic, like the other, I guess the hypothesis for Marx and Engels is that the mode of existence for the European proletariat in which they have to sell their labor to survive and are also divided into kind of these discrete units in the industrial system, in which what matters most is no longer skilled craftsmanship, like kind of like the gilded mode of production of like, I guess, European like Middle Ages or Enlightenment. But it's no longer about that, but more about basically this like degrading mode of labor in which you're kind of like chained to like a very specific task in like an industrial system. That all of that has their case is that this has revolutionized the total social relations of the European working class and the organization of society in Europe. Then this is like late 1860s in Europe is when they're writing this. And as part of that, they're also saying that this process has, first of all, dissolved national differences between the different European working classes, and it's basically created a more unified, like almost like world experience for the working class, and that it has also already changed like the relations of the family, male-woman relationships as well, and that, like I said earlier, it has also basically enveloped the whole world into one system with this kind of primary mode of production. And I guess, yeah, like the larger, like where they're moving towards is that capitalism polarizes society increasingly into these like two hostile camps, which are capitalist and proletariat, in which the proletariat are essentially like this propertyless class that is simultaneously uniquely capable of overcoming capitalism and not just reverting back to older modes of production. And that on the space is like new society is possible. So that's Marx and Engels. This is like my like I've been trying to basically crash course Marxism for the past week, and I know that there's a lot I'm missing. But that also basically sets up the other. I guess I also want to talk about Lenin and his whole thesis of imperialism, and I guess like the period of the world, like the First World War, like 1910s and 1920s, in which, like very briefly, Lenin's whole thesis of imperialism is him trying to basically describe a new stage of capitalism, which is constituted by first, the death of the free market stage of capitalism, which Marx and Engels were living through. And out of that death of free market competition between capitalists, this birth of a monopoly stage of capitalism, which is led by specifically finance capital, like by the banks and all this stuff. And that his overarching term for this capitalist is imperialism. And I don't know if I these words. But as part of that process, what Lenin describes in imperialism is that through this partitioning of the world by monopoly capital, and by the exploitation, basically, of moving certain production into like overseas, like basically into places like China, India, and by exploiting those countries, this has meant higher profits from monopoly in especially like the more advanced and richer capitalist countries, which made it economically possible to bribe this like upper strata of the European proletariat, and that gives rise to basically opportunism amongst the European working class, in which they're almost like incentivized, not towards socialism, but basically to like, I don't know, try to gain benefits from this whole system of imperialism. And interestingly, I encountered a letter that Du Bois wrote to Herbert Aptheker in the 1950s, in which Du Bois is like, I just read Lenin's Imperialism, and I'm not really satisfied with it, and I'm like, I'm kind of confused by it. So like, could you be like recommending some like other readings that are related to that build on Lenin's argument? And like Du Bois doesn't say why he's dissatisfied with Lenin's imperialism. I think part of it is that when you read like specifically Lenin's imperialism, it's like it's exciting, but also it's kind of dry, and it like reads as basically at a very like high level, kind of also like very statistic based. He has all these charts and figures about like different banks and like different markets and the kind of concentration of commodities and all this stuff. And it like reads as like this like very high level critique and explanation of like different monopolies, how the banks function, and all that stuff. And I think a lot of what's missing from like specifically Lenin's imperialism is like basically what is the impact of imperialism on the darker world? And what Du Bois I think was particularly interested in was the creation of like this darker proletariat around the world, and also like how the color line operates on the global scale. At least that's kind of my sense of what Du Bois may have been feeling in response to like particularly Lenin's thesis. Okay, so from there, I wanted to talk about Du Bois, Baldwin, and King, who are kind of like the pillars of our thinking in free school. And I think, interestingly, all three of them talk about specifically Marx, but they also talk about class struggle and capitalism in like kind of distinct ways between each of them, where I think this is just also like giving a recap of things we've like talked about a lot in free school, but that basically a lot of what Du Bois studies is how the transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery in the US and the exploitation of Black labor in the United States is basically part of what generates the possibility for capitalism, even not just in the US, but even around the world. And that at the same time, this is what I think he was interested in. It's like the creation of whiteness as like this like social identity is part of what creates a social system in which he describes this in Black Reconstruction. White labor in particular, instead of basically wanting like moving towards socialism, white labor wants to escape the conditions of labor to become capitalists. And that is part of what he called like the American assumption. And that's part of what Du Bois describes, but also when he's writing about Reconstruction, I think Du Bois is very clear. Reconstruction was just as much a social revolution as it was an economic revolution, and he says that multiple times throughout Reconstruction. And yeah, I read this this article that Du Bois wrote in the 1930s titled "Marxism and the Negro Problem," where basically Du Bois says Marxism may have been true for Europe in the 19th century, but it has to be, in his words, modified for the US and for Black people who are super exploited, and not only by white capitalist class, but are also exploited and oppressed by the white proletariat. And he says, like, basically, like this whole cry for socialism gets no response from the American white proletariat because, yeah, again, white workers want to escape up into wealth, and they don't want to join forces with Black workers because they're racist, and they don't want to break down the color line, and they feel protected by the color line. So that's Du Bois. And then King, I think we talked about this before, but King and his pilgrimage to nonviolence, that's the place where he talks about Marx the most. And basically what he disagrees with in Marx is that he disagrees with essentially this whole notion of the class struggle being the primary engine of history. And King says Marxist theory leaves out of account the numerous and significant complexities, political, economic, moral, religious, and psychological, which have all played a vital role in shaping the constellation of the institutions and ideas known today as Western civilization. So King's kind of approach to Marxism is that I don't think he really sees it or agrees with this whole notion of like there being primarily this like structure of like base and superstructure that Marx and Engels describe. But instead, I feel like King sees more of like a more equal constellation of different forces which shape and develop civilization. And so lastly with Baldwin, obviously Baldwin is the one in some ways who talks the most about whiteness and like the kind of the life world of like living in a white supremacist social system. But at the same time, I think it's like when you read Baldwin, he doesn't like belabor the point, but he doesn't shy away from addressing basically like economic motives being involved in slavery. But it's like from that point he goes a lot deeper than any Marxist would. And I think he wrote this essay called The White Problem early on, but he says basically, quote, we enslaved Black people because in order to conquer the country, we had to have cheap labor. And the man who is now known today as the American Negro, who is one of the oldest Americans and the only one who never wanted to come here, did the dirty work, hoed the cotton. In fact, there's not too much to say that without the Black man's presence, without that strong back, the American economy, the American nation would have had a vast amount of trouble creating that capital of which we are now so proud and to which we claim Negroes have never contributed anything. And yet, the people who settled the country had a fatal flaw. They could recognize a man when they saw one. They knew he wasn't anything else but a man. But since they were Christian, and since they had already decided that they came here to establish a free country, the only way to justify the role this child was playing in one's life was to say that he was not a man. For if he wasn't a man, then no crime had been committed. And that lie is the basis of all of our present trouble. What is most terrible is that American white men are not prepared to believe my version of the story, to believe that it happened. In order to believe that, they have set up for themselves a fantastic system of evasions, denials, and justifications, and which system is about to destroy their grasp of reality, which is another way of saying the moral sense. And I think this is like a lot of what we've been talking about with Baldwin, especially recently with the white supremacist social system. And, I won't get into this too much, but I also was thinking about like Henry Winston here as well. And I think part of what I've been thinking about is, I think in some ways, this is my interpretation, but in some ways I think we are making certain theoretical departures from Winston in the sense that, like, I think this is, I'm open to discussion. I'm not actually sure if I'm right, but I think Winston, like whether it's like strategy for a Black agenda or it's like race, class, and liberation. Black liberation. I think Winston, part of his critique of like neo-Pan-Africanism and like various people in the Black freedom movement is him saying, this is I think from strategy, where he says, quote, racism is not a biological characteristic, it's a social phenomenon with a class origin and role. Racism has its source in the ruling class that, in modern times, we've read this before, has added the twin weapon of anti-communism to racism to keep the working class in the US from waging a united class struggle against its monopolist enemy. And he's saying there are no substitutes for the class unity of the working class as a whole, and this requires the equality of joint Black and white leadership of the working class, of Black workers in the leadership of the Black liberation movement, and all components of the working class, leading the exploited, oppressed, exploited against corporate monopoly. And it's not even that maybe we disagree with that, but I think Todd at one point had shared this also quote from Race, Class, and Black Liberation, where Winston says that like race is not the primary engine of American history. Like he's still saying it's class and basically like the capitalism of production. And I think the difference between Winston and the rest of the leadership of the CPUSA was basically still, but obviously as you said, Winston defends the Third American Revolution and sees still the special role of the Black proletariat and of the Black freedom struggle. But I think maybe where we might differ with Winston is like, race is not just a tactic of the ruling class to separate the working class. And it takes on it takes on a life of its own. And it's reproduced in its own way. And so that brings us to today, in which basically, I think over the past couple of weeks in free school, we have made certain assumptions which are based on observations. First of which is that Black people today are still uniquely oppressed in American society, even after the sort of American Revolution. And we've talked about the evidence for this, which includes mass incarceration, this unbroken line of intergenerational poverty, basically the de facto segregation of our major cities, including Philadelphia, the destruction of Black neighborhoods, which is unique in the kind of overall architecture of the city of Philadelphia, and also the treatment in everyday life that Black people are subjected to. And these differences between Blacks and whites in the US have not died, although it is also true that the general working class in the United States has become more miserable. And the other evidence that we've talked about is that kind of in the face of like how we understand like this whole notion of Marxism and class interest, a lot of what we see today is the US ruling elite does not behave that way. And they do not always behave according to what is best in their class interests. And that this is part of what like we've been struggling to work out and like make sense of, which I think all people are trying to make sense of. The world is trying to make sense of like why does the US ruling elite behave in this strange way. We've also talked about, this whole system of illegal protection of whiteness going back to Plessy v. Ferguson. And we've also, with the documentary, talked about Black people in particular in the United States are rising out of a very different chronology, frankly, from the European working class in the 19th century. And like Samir was saying too, like part of what we're seeing is, okay, if Israel, US, this whole genocide in Gaza is part of how we even understand, like we still associate this with this concept of imperialism, but is it primarily motivated by these economic interests? And Joe has brought this up also in the past. Is it primarily motivated by economic interests and let's say the quest for Gaza's resources and oil, or is it like, or are those economic interests involved, but is actually what's driving this genocide and war? Is it something more basically like sociological, right? Psychological? And how do you also explain, like Samir was saying, how do you explain the resistance by groups like Hamas, Ansar Allah, Hezbollah, the IRGC, in which they are motivated, even if let's say like they're probably like let's say Hamas is much more like in terms of the social composition, it's basically composed of the Palestinian like working class and like lumpen proletariat maybe, but is motivated by something which is not really Marxism Leninism, but it's basically something different. So how do we account for all this? And so that basically brings me to the questions which I want to put on the table for us to discuss, in which, going back to Marx and Engels, Marx and Engels argue that their whole concept of a mode of production is intended to grasp the total mode or process of how society reproduces itself. And they're arguing specifically that the source of how society reproduces itself is economic and is material. And now we in the free school are putting forward an argument, which is that the perpetuation of white supremacy, the oppression of Black people, we're making this argument that that perpetuation is the primary source for the total reproduction and structuring of American society. And so I think we've already talked about this question, but like the questions that I'm thinking about are, is the white supremacist social system the base of all relations in the US? And if so, how do we make the argument specifically that white supremacy is generative of capitalism and the relations of capitalism? And related to that, is the structure of our thinking here equivalent to saying that the mode of economic production is the base of all human activity and in which everything is superstructure? So basically, do we need to have a different structure of thinking than the whole base superstructure model? Or is that still serve us in a productive way? Another option, or maybe possible alternative to basically this whole like white supremacist social system, like the base of relations, is like suggesting another possible option is like we could suggest that like white supremacy and capitalism are more on an equal footing. We talked about this last week, in which together maybe they comprise like the total social system in the United States. I don't think that's really the argument that we're putting forward, but that was another option that came to mind. And then another question I have is, because we've been talking about, or I've been talking about Marxism, what is the purpose of us using certain concepts which are most commonly associated with Marxism? Obviously, we use these terms in ways that are different from how most leftists do, but how exactly do we use them differently? Is there an extent to which we still carry at least some of the logic and assumptions of Marxism in using these terms? And those terms include obviously the proletariat, black proletariat, working class, ruling class, dictatorship of the proletariat, and then imperialism. And then lastly, with this whole imperialism like question, obviously, like I said, Lenin argues that imperialism arises specifically at the stage of capitalism. Kwame Nkrumah also talks about this in his work, Neocolonialism. Are we offering a different explanation for imperialism? Are we saying that imperialism arises and is driven by white supremacy? How do we account for the conventional understanding of imperialism as a world system, which is linked by finance capital and by search for, let's say, resources for cheaper labor, that sort of thing? Or also like the underdevelopment of like the vast majority of the world's population, all that stuff. And then I guess my final question, which I've talked about, and I don't want to belabor again, is, like Marxism, like I said, it arises as a universal theory to explain not just the European situation, but the whole, basically all of human history and all of humanity's future. We are not saying that our theory of the white supremacist social system is necessarily a universal theory. In large part because American society, we're arguing that it's a unique phenomenon in world history. At least that's how I interpret it. Even as that phenomenon of American society is now obviously impacting the rest of the world. And part of my question is not even, before we even get to the question of do we need a universal theory, part of what I've wondered is this kind of the specificity of the theory that we're trying to work out, with the United States, is that actually a strength or a weakness for us? Because I think part of what I think is questionable about Marxism is that it makes these huge claims about the world and about world history. And I don't think that all of those claims have been proven. Like, even though, like, let's say, like Marxism is part of, let's say, like the philosophical ideological framework and kind of like discourse of China, North Korea, all these, like, let's say Cuba. I don't think that like a lot of, this is just me reading like the manifesto, which is like the most obvious for Marx and Engels, but like a lot of the claims that they make, like, I don't think that they've been borne out over basically since the 1860s. And in some ways, it's not that we are saying that humanity is somehow not governed by like general laws or general patterns or general forces, but I think part of it, I think, is almost the weakness of, one could say the weakness of Marxism makes these universal claims, and that places a lot of pressure on Marxism to prove all those claims. I think what we're specifically interested in is understanding the logic of American society or the structure of American society. And obviously we're interested in the world impact of that, but I think that's part, one could say that that might actually be a strong hand of, like, we're not yet trying to make the universal claim about like literally all hitherto human history has been governed by this new thing that we're putting forward.
Right.
But we're making a very particular claim about the United States. So that's what I've been thinking about. That's what I've been trying to like, grapple with over the past week and also over the past couple months. But yeah, I'm interested to hear people's thoughts on these questions.
I think that's a very good analytical framework that you laid out. And I think, well, one of the things, and I'm not going to be able to go into every detail, but, the Communist Manifesto comes out of the workers' uprising in Europe of 1848. The theories of Marx took on a certain force when it became the theory of the German Social Democratic Party, the largest socialist party that had ever existed in history. And then, of course, the Russian Revolution and Lenin, who made the argument that he is extending Marxism and thus producing Marxism for the period of the general crisis of capitalism and the onset of actual socialist revolutions. And then going forward, the weight and force of all of that is added to by the Chinese Revolution, and then all of these national liberation movements, such as Korea, such as Vietnam, where the leaders were communist or Marxist Leninists. When you look at all of that, it was difficult to claim oneself to be a revolutionary and not be identified with all of that. And certainly, so untested, and it was untested outside of maybe Europe, although not completely empirically tested there. The claim that all previous history is a history of the class conflict carried weight. I mean, it carried weight because Kim Il-sung said it, because Ho Chi Minh said it, Mao said it, Amilcar Cabral said it, to a certain extent, Patrice Lumumba said. I mean, a world movement that used a singular and common language. But that didn't mean that it answered all of the problems that it sought to address. But the fact that the Communist Manifesto comes out of 1848, and then Marx and Engels are trying for the rest of their lives to verify that argument and, raises certain questions. I think it clarifies what was forcing them to write Marx to do that research, producing Das Kapital. But then, there's a whole world that is not even in the vision of the theory. Marx consigned all of Asia to an Asian mode of production, which is a way of throwing up the white flag, saying, I don't know what it is, and he didn't. And the other weakness is, and this is, Lenin too, you mentioned his imperialism, how much of a analysis of the structures of capitalism as a world system. I don't think Lenin was that good of a political economist, but he was a better philosopher and political theorist. I think his philosophical writings, his political writings are far superior to what he does with economics. But even as we went forward, and as Winston wrote his works, it is still not yet, we still didn't have in the Communist Party sociology, which means a concept of social systems as the unifying and then the white supremacist system being a unifying system, what Marx and their followers said was the mode of production. So there are two different things going on, two different disciplines, two different bodies of theory. I think there are parts where they are complementary, but there are areas where they're totally different. I think the philosophical assumptions that, for instance, let's say Du Bois operates from, challenges the civilizational hegemony of Europe. I mean, it's out the gate. I mean, in the article that I wrote for Avant-Garde, he privileges Africa. The Marxists, even if they gave some weight to Asia, certainly did not privilege Africa in the world order. Didn't do it. For Du Bois to do what he does, he has to see Africa and see himself in relationship to Africa and see Black folk in the United States as a part of this civilization. I mean, I don't know that I'm making it as clear as but this kind of rupture, this epistemic rupture is deep and the consequences are deep. For us and myself in the Communist Party, you just don't want to go there. I mean, we got this world movement, we got our language, we got our politics, we got our theory. You know, why upset the apple cart? We're on the move, so to speak. That's the way I felt, and I'm certain that's the way Winston felt and others. That we had to find our place in this world movement. So the politics, as it were, trumps the theory. For us, and this is part of the advantage, and I put quotes, of the collapse of the world communist movement, is that we had to think now. I can't tell you how intellectually lazy I and most of us were. You get the Soviet Academy of Science, they write everything, and they got all of this going on. So why do we have, let's just implement it. So we didn't fully know Du Bois. We did not know Baldwin in this way at all. We didn't know how to assess the Third American Revolution. We just didn't. Winston begins to do that. Let me just go quickly. So when we see Du Bois and Baldwin, let's just say those two, we see completely different epistemologies, different civilizational assumptions, and a different understanding, therefore, of the logic of revolutionary change. They were no less revolutionary than the communists in the United States. I mean, certainly more revolutionary than the French and Italian and all of those German and other communist parties who were just communist parties in name, more liberal, more social democratic. But we had a third revolution. We had a second revolution. We had this Black proletariat, which couldn't be fully understood through Marxism. But Du Bois had done the work. And then you get Baldwin, who does it at a granular level. And then he looks at it, the Black proletariat, in relationship to the white working class. That's really what he's talking about the whole time. And how will white people come to the level of consciousness of Black people? But the question is always for Du Bois and Baldwin, how do we understand the Black proletariat? This is, and I try to say this is the great discovery of Du Bois, social scientific discovery, the Black proletariat. And then, of course, for us in the free school, we have run with that concept, and it's made all the difference in the world. I'll just end on this, that if you look at what Marxism-Leninism is today, first of all, most Marxists are university professors, which is an admission that they can't explain anything. Once a person, gets a career in a university, in a department of history, it's just throwing up their hands. All I can understand is what happened. I don't know about what happened in the past. I don't know what's going on now. And I ain't going to try to, so on and so forth. That's why there's such difficult people to relate to. There's such bums. And then you get this small thing going on now of the rise of new communist parties. For instance, the PSL claims to be a communist party. Well, if you're that, and this is just a small thing. If you're that now, why weren't you that back in the days where you could go to jail, lose a job, and be harassed and so on? You were a socialist or whatever. But now that the the world environment does not focus upon communism and anti-communism as much, they can say they're that without any theoretical innovations or whatever to use Marxism or communist theory to explain the US crisis or to explain something so apparent as Black poverty or Black imprisonment or Black lower levels of it, whatever. There's, and here you have, well, I'm going to say, so they can't. But then you get, the new thing, the American Communist Party. Well, okay, you formed a different Communist Party because you say the Communist Party USA has become a wing of the Democratic Party. And they're absolutely right. There is no theory. There is no revolutionary ideology there. It's all been wiped away. So it makes sense that people say, look, we want to reclaim the tradition of communism. Okay? But just to say that, you have to say, well, how does that explain the revolutionary process in the United States? And how do you determine who and what are the revolutionary agents of transformation in the United States? That's the big thing. That's what Marx's initial work, the Communist Manifesto, was the statement of, we believe that the working class is the revolutionary class in society. It will change society. And then he writes Das Kapital as a way to empirically and philosophically justify that argument. Okay? He did that. But today, is that sufficient? Especially, and I agree with you, it would be very difficult to have a unified theory of everything that goes on in the world. Let's say, just take North Korea as an example. Very unique, very different than China. And they both say they're communists, But the current communists are unable to explain their own country and provide a theory or vision of how to move forward. That's why it seems to me that we in the free school, have such a theoretical and ideological advantage over them. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it's even a contest because one, we're able to locate that force in American society, which is the most advanced, the most revolutionary, and that's the Black proletariat. It's been proven from the Second American Revolution through the Third and going forward. If that were not enough, the attacks upon it by the reactionary class, the ruling class, speaks volumes. You know what I'm saying? But what does it come out of? You see, what are the conditions that produce it? And we try to explain that using, but the other thing is, and I'll just, and I am going to end on this, the deployment of sociological theory, especially as it relates to systems analysis. Systems analysis. Now, in Marxism, there is not sociology. Maybe you got some people today who are Marxist sociologists, like I think you do. But Marxism does not do sociology, it does political economy. I think that is a weakness. It defaults to the wrong thing. It defaults to class as an economic category, not as a historically constituted category made up of multiple variables and factors. For example, just on the question of consciousness and worldview and using this culture and the Black social system, which which is the framework of where it is all contained, you cannot say, well, all workers think the same. Well, they don't. The Black world is different than the white world. And what we hope for is that, and this is Baldwin, white people abandon the identity of whiteness and adopt a identity close to Blackness, which is close to a class consciousness. We can talk about that. There is no language in Marxism, I don't care how you cut it or do what, that gets you close to this. We can ride around North Philly and parts of West Philly and so on, and we could say, you know, I know, oh, this is what Baldwin's talking about. Oh, this is what Du Bois was describing. Oh, you see what I'm saying? Okay, let's do it this way. Let's go around North Philly with a copy of the Civil War in France. In our, or the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, or even Das Kapital. You can't see it. It does not give a way to, and what is science anyway? And what is scientific theory? That doesn't mean science is absolute truth. It means that it gets one closer to understanding the actual material world. Just one last thing. A lot of people say, if you say the white supremacist social system, you are abandoning materialism for idealism. That is not true. When Marx talked about the material relations of production, he was talking about social relations, human relations. White supremacy is a set of relationships, you see what I'm saying? I agree completely with you. We have a unique and particular task in the United States. I'm always fascinated to talk to Purva or Kathy or anybody, whose parents are immigrants. And even though I know everybody's mad at their parents because you didn't prepare me to live in a world of white supremacy, but I always say, well, who prepared them? They're still not prepared to live in this world that is America. But we are. And we have a concrete understanding of the logic of change. And we have done what Marx proposed, ascend to the concrete, not ascend to more abstraction, more dogmatism, to ascend to know this reality. So that's what I was saying. But I don't know whether I answered, but I think it's by far a superior theoretical framework for understanding the US people, especially Black people, and for a way to think about the path forward.
This is so exciting.
I kind of know the things that excite you, Nuri. Say that again.
We've been going very hard for the last month and a half, and I feel like it's been challenging to try to basically clear away. Where I feel like we have strong assumptions that I feel like have borne out and that we've tested and proved in a way. And we also have, I think, the beginning of concepts or language or terms. But I think some of the challenges have been wondering, okay, Marxism is not enough. But then is there antipathy now?
Is it what?
Do we feel antagonism towards Marxism? What is it? And it's not really that. But I think especially the chronology that you laid out of okay, Marxism made universal claims that it presumed, and then the fact that the trajectory that it took was the German Social Democrats, and then Russia, especially with Lenin, which was a huge revolutionary success that basically paved the way. And then with China, North Korea, Ho Chi Minh, Cabral, Kim Il-sung, Lumumba, all of these leaders taking it up. And especially what you said about there being a common language where it was really useful. And the thing is that with these leaders that we've studied, it's not as though they wholesale completely adopted Marxism either. There had to be adjustments.
But again, there wasn't a relationship of antagonism where nobody was saying like, we hate Marxism, it's stupid, like we're anti-Marxist. But instead it was taking what was useful and then adopting it. And in some ways, the things that were not borne out or the things that were not proved or actually were wrong, like that was not really part of the discussion either. But I think just like what you were saying about how Marxism carried weight, like it was a strong, like in some ways, like political currency or like form of unity to be able to talk about it. And yeah, and I think just like that was really interesting because in some ways, with the collapse of that world movement, what you were saying about today now presenting a theoretical opportunity where you can't just adopt those same assumptions, but in some ways you have to actually start from where you are, which is like inside of your own country and examining the people and the possibilities of the people. And like even like the continued, I guess, like cultural clout that Marxism has, where in some ways I feel like it's like a security blanket that some people have to say like, oh, well, there was this thing in the past, and so if I can just take it. And I feel like in some ways the communist goal is like, how can I revive communism or Marxism? And if I can revive it, is there a way that it can once again retain like this world status where it can again become like the common language? But I feel like that's sort of a misassessment of like what the goal is. And yeah, like even this thing of like Marxists being like the university professors subjectively like are pretty backwards. And yeah, so I just think that was really, really helpful. And also, yeah, the fact that we have certain terms that in some ways like overlap with Marxism, like yeah, the proletariat, the ruling class, even dictatorship or like democracy. I feel like the thing is, over the years, we've already, I think, taken what there is to take from Marxism, and in some ways have tempered it to like the reality and like the actual experience or like and so I think just to say that I really don't feel as intimidated as I did like maybe a few weeks ago.
Say that again.
I don't feel as intimidated, I think.
See, but I left out one thing, if you don't mind me interrupting you, Nuri. I think the basis of Jeremiah's interrogation last week was, could there be two systems that dialectically interact? The mode of production, which is essentially the economic system, and the white supremacist social system, which is essentially the social system of the United. Is that the way you put it?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that should, actually, to tell you the truth, if you went back 10 years ago, I may have held a certain view, but I couldn't find a way to make it work because each claims to be the unifying theory, the unifying set of relationships that hold society together. And within which the existential struggle between, this is what the class, you get kind of messed up with the idea of the class struggle. You see what I'm saying? Is it just the working class traditionally defined? And of course, if I could just, I don't mean to talk too much. Most concepts of the working class extant right now, and Emily sees it all the time in her work, is that the working class are pretty much the employed in some form of working class organization like a union, and the long-term poor, most Black people fall somewhere in the underclass or the lumpen proletariat. Even here, you can't see what Du Bois saw, because in Black Reconstruction, he talks about a general strike of slaves who were not viewed as workers by most Marxists then, and least of all, an understanding of this idea of coming out of the collapse of the Southern Confederate States, a dictatorship of the Black proletariat. And he said, not the dictatorship of the proletariat, of the Black proletariat. This challenges, this kind of way of thinking challenges even Marx and Engels at their basis, at their fundament. You know what I'm saying? And the question becomes, but isn't that the role and practice of science to challenge all theories at their core? You know what I'm saying? To create, but then, quickly, let me say this. Oh yeah, I'd like to know, maybe you know how it's done, how you unite these two approaches, systems analysis versus mode of production analysis, and in their unity, how do you define this new framework, this new system? Or can it be done? Is it logically and theoretically impossible, given the conditionalities of each of the frameworks, the intellectual, theoretical conditional, you know what I'm saying?
So I think all the questions that were raised and, the process of figuring them out is both important and also, like Muri was saying, very, it's exciting because I was thinking about this question that Jeremiah, you were asking at the very end, is that what is the benefit or what is the purpose of a universal theory? Like, what does it add, right? And I think everything that was discussed just now, the way I see it is that Marxism, Leninism, the reason why it had so much reach was because the test of a theory is how it can be wielded in an actual, like in affecting an actual change in a society or a nation or broader geopolitical context. And I think Marxism, Leninism at the time of its conception, and then the actual effect it had for the Russian Revolution, and then especially these liberation struggles in Asia and Africa, actually was able to stand up to that test. But then also, this point that was raised was that everywhere in Asia and Africa, the acceptance of these ideas came with modifications to the theory itself. Like Cabral talks about re-Africanization, for instance, together with what had come from, that the socialist, the materialist framework. And then you talk about China with, socialism with Chinese characteristics. And I think the only exception to that, I would like to say rule, that you take something universal, but then apply it to the particularities of the system that you are looking at. The only exception to that seems to be, in some ways, the United States, where irrespective of like overlooking the fact that the situation in America, and this is what Du Bois and Winston are talking about, irrespective of the fact that the conditions of even the class struggle in the United States was not the same as that elsewhere in Europe, there wasn't the scope to extend it to address the questions of race or the color line, which is the work that I guess then Du Bois and Winston had to do. But then I feel like in our time, we have lost that criteria even of what is a test of a theory, right? Because everything that we've been saying about science and knowledge and the conference we did, a lot of the questioning comes out of this conundrum that today a theory can just be formulated and then just because of the hegemonic power of the ruling elite become codified in a way without having to prove anything ever. I mean, this is string theory case in point, you don't predict anything, you can't show anything, you can't explain anything, but then you're still the top theory of like theoretical physics. And I think cultural clout of Marxism is a good way to put it, but it's basically that same situation where there are aspects of that theory that does not explain something in this moment, but again, it does not have to, because the ruling class in some ways has decided it does not have to. But these are sort of my thoughts about what is the purpose of a theory, and especially a universal theory. I think it is less to sort of codify that this is how it's going to happen every single time. But I think the purpose it serves is to put on the table certain universal categories of thinking and knowing the world, which can be more easily applied to a broader context. And so when we talked about, Du Boisian theory, not just being an extension of Marxism, but being closer to a universal theory in a world which was under a white supremacist order, where we talked about this in the science conference. The worker in Asia and Africa is a black worker because, in some ways, the power structure is similar. I think that is how I understand the benefit of a universal theory, even to begin with. Universal categories of thinking and relating to and explaining the changes that are taking place in the world.
No, can I just say one thing, and apropos what you're saying? Oftentimes, a theory is seen as expressing the truth, etc., arriving at the truth based upon the authority of the people who make that claim.
Right.
This is what we call an argument that defers to authority. So if a university professor who is a Marxist says a certain thing, it is his or her authority, a position as a professor, as an expert, as an acknowledged expert, that can be used to establish the truth of what he or she is saying. The same thing going back to the time of the Soviet Union and the World Communist Movement. Everyone deferred to the Soviet Union. And it was, the ruling class arguing from the authority of its experts, and we're arguing from the authority of ours. But it is not, you do not develop theory. You develop the fact, or you stand on the authority of who is behind a certain theory. On this thing of universal theories, I think when you deal with social historic matters, I would be very cautious with the attempt to develop a theory of everything. Even in physics, I don't think it's a good approach until and if some geniuses show us that there is a singular pattern in modern world history. I don't think it's yet been achieved. I think with Du Bois and the color line, and and it as a way of talking about colonialism and white supremacy, you get closer to a unified theory than you do with Marxism. Because it takes into account the colonial people, the enslaved, and at the end of the day, the majority of humanity.
Right.
Can I just say one thing? I think today, someone in the YouTube comments brought up David Graeber. Someone in the YouTube comments brought up David Graeber, and I think he wrote this book of like the dawn of everything or something. Yeah, and then also I know like people like Michael Hudson, for instance. Those two in particular basically put forward an argument which is like almost their revision, some ways a revision to Marxism, but it's like the history of everything is the history of death, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is the claim that like someone like Michael Hudson is making, and it's like you go back to like prehistoric, like Babylonia or something. Like, it's all history, like it's all, you know.
But you have people who have written the history of the world as a history of money.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think, I guess my question that
A lot of hustlers would agree with that.
I guess my question is, I'm curious why you're, so like, let's say in response to the possibility of, let's say like, political economy, mode of production, then social systems analysis, which move us towards like white supremacy social system, why it feels to you like they are exclusive? Like why they're mutually exclusive? Because I understand that they both made maybe universal claims, but it seems that I guess how I was thinking about it is both like the mode of production and like the systems now, like social systems theory, are both aimed at basically like how a society organized and what reproduces like, social life. And I'm curious why it feels like why like your response is that they're mutually exclusive.
Well, one thing, and without going into everything of why I think so, one thing is for certain, the default to economic class does not permit one to see the class, the working class, let us say, in its full dimension. You see it in economic terms, and you see its struggle as an economic struggle. Now, of course, Lenin would say the highest level of class consciousness is political consciousness, i.e. the struggle for power. However, I think the default is still to economic class. I don't think that gets us close in any way to understanding the Black worker. In fact, it's almost like saying you can understand. This is Emily's ongoing debate in her work in the work that she does. Let me just is there a difference between Black and white workers? Now, for a class analysis, you would say no. These are only temporary particularities. At the end of the day, they're all the same. But when you talk to Black people, they don't see themselves as the same. You know, and just like, you know, Du Bois on writing on Marxism and the Black question, he says, well, you all are missing a whole, you know, whole range of issues, questions. So I think what they lead to, the two theories, besides everything else, the outcomes in terms of being able to predict or at least to establish a politics of social change are so different. And I think the way we approach it offers a richer, more complete understanding. The more I talk to Emily about her work and her colleagues, the more apparent it becomes. Because at the end of the day, if you do the class analysis, I think ultimately it defaults to social democracy and to Edward Bernstein.
Well, I think I agree with you that if you go.
I don't know that I made myself
Well,
clear,
if
Jerry.
you start the default mode of production or being like taking precedent as like the starting point, then I think I agree with you that it becomes difficult, if not impossible, to see the Black worker and
I think so.
the United States as it really is. I feel like you can only do that by making exceptions or changing Marxism and how it sees things, or basically by liberally revising a lot of it. But I guess, why do you think, like, do you think that the social system analysis in the same way excludes, or Like, because I feel like the way that I've just been thinking about it is that the social systems analysis is robust enough to then absorb or incorporate
I think so.
political economy, and it doesn't, it's not exclusive in the same way, but yeah.
I would take, just the Plessy v. Ferguson decision. For traditional Marxism, you could say, well, the ruling class had to keep the working class divided. And thus this became a very convenient way of doing it by giving white workers protection just on the basis of their being white. Okay? That's one way to look at it. Another way, and I think more significantly, is that Plessy v. Ferguson is the codification of the counter-revolution against Reconstruction. And it, counter-revolution, and hence to not just divide black and white workers, but to extinguish the revolutionary potential of the black proletariat, which would and has been the most advanced part of the working class.
I guess where
The other thing I would just say is that the default of most Marxists is not just to the class conflict, but socialism. They do not see a revolutionary democratic struggle, which is the very essence of Du Bois's Black Reconstruction.
I guess, where, I don't know if this is the same thing that Larry is also saying, but where I'm trying to make sense of it is, I think it's one thing to say Marxism, it's like not enough. Or
It's not enough.
complete, versus saying that it's almost like, are we saying it, the ongoing thing is not enough. There's another claim that can be made, which is that actually the whole way of thinking of political economy, of mode of production, is actually like not right. I guess because part of I guess what we're trying to work out is, for instance, does Du Bois assume Marxism into a larger thing, or because I guess part of what I'm confused by is why would we say that the mode of production, that way of thinking, is irreconcilable almost with the systems, when I feel like Du Bois's way of approaching it is he assumes Marxism, but arrives at a more complete understanding, which is still able to incorporate basically a political economy into a larger social
And he
system.
did what Marx could not do. Du Bois's empirical work, when Du Bois says he wanted to put science into sociology, by which he meant he wanted to empirically study what theories had said or what theories might say. I think that his body of empirical work far exceeds, Marxist for the most part, and because then he does multiple methods, including the system's individual link, the individual's relationship to the system. So I think I think it is a superior epistemology, a superior theorizing, but that does not mean that I would say that the two are incompatible. It's just my saying that Du Bois's work, and then of course Baldwin, is a major advance of scientific understanding of a nation in crisis, in a long interregnum, and so therefore their theorizing creates opportunities for creativity, whereas Marxism is just a narrow, almost now very dogmatic approach.
Well, 'cause I don't think it's that the level, but I think it's the way that Marxism makes very emphatic statements about this is the most important
Yes,
thing.
I think
This is what is driving all of human history since the beginning of like forever. And I feel like it's those things
and
that,
Du Bois never makes statements
yeah,
like that.
exactly. And I think the thing is that those are the statements that I feel like people in some ways want to just believe or want to take up as their assumption because it gives a sense of like comfort of like, oh, this is like reality. But again, that's not something that has been proven. It's not something that can be proven. And I feel like I think it's one thing to take the science and the terms and in some ways the dynamics and the ways that Marxism actually works as a science. And it's another thing to, I think, wholesale take every single statement and every single assumption. Because I feel like basically the thing that Du Bois did is that he did not take on the assumptions of Marxism, like for instance, the way that they saw Asia or the way that they did not see it. But he takes the science and he takes like the way of actually thinking through it. And I feel like he's happy to like adopt the concept or like the definition of a mode of production. But I feel like he actually is like thinking through it because I feel like it's not, yeah, like I also would not say that it's a fundamental incompatibility, but I feel like it's more like, okay, like seeing Marx and Engels as men, like as scientists,
Yes.
as people who saw certain things but also did not see other things. And so like their word is not God. Yeah. But
The way I'm absorbing some of this, and tell me if like I'm not speaking on the same level, is, for example, if you take the general strike of slaves, is it that you think what was revolutionary about it is the general strike part, or the slaves who did general strike? Because is it that it was a general strike which challenged which is like, I guess, absorbing what you're saying, Jeremiah, about the mode of production, like a revolution occurs when the material goes forward or expands, and so the relations must change. Is it that you think it's because, is it the general strike that creates the revolution, or is it that the fact it's the Black proletariat doing a general strike that challenges, is like the revolutionary change? Because another way of saying it today is, for example, why is it that Sean Fain of the UAW, for example, or the Teamsters, like the UPS drivers going on strike, you take these industries which should gut, like have a huge impact on the US economy, auto workers, like drivers, if they go on strike, why is it that class conflict does not fundamentally change or challenge the system? Whereas, like, for example, the general strike of slaves does. And that, I feel like, basically brings up the question, is it in fact the Black proletariat resisting and struggling that exposes something about the very system that must change, radically change, versus the logic of change or the force of change coming from like the mode of production itself? Or that's how I'm seeing it, because
That's part of that.
is it the Black proletariat resisting that challenges the system and radically transforms the system, or is it the fact of economic, like a strike or class conflict that would produce change? Because I would argue that no matter how many strikes happen in the US and how many like better contracts workers would get, it would not fundamentally challenge like what we would call the white supremacist social system. So instead, it is essentially conflict that is contained within a system. Like, and okay, my last point is just that I feel like the Plessy v. Ferguson decision is important because what it does is, and I guess people could argue against it, right? Like you gave the argument that people would argue what it does is it separates the working class, divides work. But Plessy v. Ferguson, and we can go through the evidence, but I don't feel like we need to, but Plessy v. Ferguson has overdetermined to this day the separation and oppression of Black people from society, a denial of Black people's participation in quote unquote society. Like, let's just take the white suburbs, well-invested public schools of the suburbs caused by white people choosing to go to the suburbs versus the quote unquote inner city, where like Black kids are left with the underfunded public schools, which will never be a priority because no white people go to that. Like, okay, not that many white people go to school. This was a big debate in our reading group, which people didn't like. But wait, what was it? Oh yeah, but Plessy v. Ferguson, it was not an economic determination or a class determination, but a codification of whiteness, so that without slavery, what it does is it legally produces the categories. What it does, it legally separates Black people from society. Like, it creates a second-class citizenship, so that there's no loop, so that Black people are not given equal citizenship, quote unquote American citizenship, like equal access to the so-called rights, God-given inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that are in the Constitution. So what Plessy v. Ferguson does is it constitutionally denies the participation of Black people in society. And I guess I just raise it because that's a way of saying, the way I would say it is that there's a social system where the mode of production is equivalent to, say, something like law. Like the mode of production would be equivalent, not equivalent to the system, the mode of production would be equivalent to laws or values, ideas, institutions, as upholding a social system, which over-determines the oppression of a group of people. That's how I would say it.
Yeah, I guess where I think I'm looking for clarity. Again, it's different from, there's a difference between saying Marxism is not enough, which just means that it's not a total assessment of basically how society is organized, especially in the United States, versus saying, let's take the general strike. I think, why can't we adopt an approach which I feel like is part of what Du Bois does in Black Reconstruction, which both looks at literally how like the slave economy functioned, the capital produced by the slave system, the vital position of the slaves in the Southern plantation economy, but also like doesn't overprivilege that, but is just objective about it. And also basically sees that deeper level of the consciousness of the Black proletariat, the strivings of the Black proletariat. I guess I'm struggling to understand, why can't we just like evaluate all forces operative in a phenomenon like the general strike, which does use like I think there's a reason why Du Bois felt comfortable using also like a term which comes from Marxism, even if he's not trying to like just prove Marx's arguments. I guess I'm trying to understand like why do we have to adopt like a either or approach as opposed to a more what I feel like Du Bois says, which is a more multi-methodological approach. I guess that's my question.
I guess I thought that we were calling that multi-pronged, multifaceted approach the social systemic approach because it is like the most underexplored. It's in some ways the strong hand, and that's also like the unique contribution that we have to make right now. But I feel like, yeah, I think I feel most comfortable with like using all the tools that we have at our disposal to assess like the history of the United States and where we are right now. And like without from the beginning designating one as being like the most important, like the driving. And I feel like if through our what's it called, like deductive, like the one where you take, like if through that we find that one is like the central or the most important one, then like we can designate it. But I guess I thought that what we were doing is, I guess, not throwing out political economy, but I guess saying that the social, like sociology and like even, I guess, like the Baldwinian method is like it needs to have its appropriate place, which can't just be like as the superstructure or as a nice extension or a footnote to political.
Well, but the thing I guess I would say, but I feel like I don't know. I think I'm getting lost about if we're on the same page or not the same page. But well, let's take something like King's Revolution of Values. Like, because essentially the reason why we're talking about this is because we're basically asking the question of what is the revolutionary force? Like, what does a revolution look like? And then who is the revolutionary force? Or whatever, I guess the logical change is the question. Like, I think, and this is like really influenced by the article that Purba and I are writing on Baldwin, like what makes Baldwin a revolutionary theorist. But if you take King's Revolution of Values, what he's essentially saying is that every individual in America, basically, like, by upholding the white supremacist social system, is consenting to the oppression, the denial of rights. And so the revolution of values is not really just about like, oh, morals, we should be good people. It's about taking every individual has the ability and the power essentially to participate in a mass undermining of the white supremacist social system, because values and ideas, in some ways you could say the ideological struggle is essentially like a central force that upholds, which is this white supremacist social system, which is to say that something like ideas or values are equivalent to, let's say, economic mode of production. Because what someone in a union would say is the most powerful thing you can do is go on strike, so general strike. Because what you're doing, the assumption is that if we withhold our labor, the system cannot function. But the thing is that the white supremacist social system is the assumption that the system can function without your labor. Because in fact, the system doesn't really depend on really your labor. The system depends on the oppression, the separation, the oppression.
The system depends on your consent.
Your consent.
Yeah, which is why when King talks about a revolution of values, he's talking about a shift in the ideological relationships among working people, among the masses of people. I hear what you're saying. I mean, it is the deployment of different language, completely different language.
Well, I also wanted to say, I think I feel want to go? Go. Oh, okay. I feel similar to what Nuri was saying. It's because we've talked about, I think we're still in the process of developing fully the language to describe the white supremacist social system. But we've discussed in the past how it does not include political economy. What it does
does not
exclude. It does not exclude political economy, but it creates the necessary, I guess, it raises the necessary questions, which is to understand how the existence of, I guess, a white supremacist social system also colors the character of the capitalist mode of production, especially in this country, because I don't think capitalism everywhere looks the same. It most definitely does not look the same. And I'm going to go back to that question of how the dialectical relationship between the two, the social system and the mode of production. But the first thing to, I think, confront is that there is a dialectical relationship where they affect one another in some ways. And I guess the idea of a systems analysis allows you to confront certain other questions that just a line of investigation over-determined by political economy and class struggle does not. But then all of this is like, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. For instance, one of the things that I keep going back to is like at the very beginning, and I get this I got this very early from reading, say, World in Africa and Du Bois, right, where he makes the case that race as a category itself, or race as, a way to differentiate a whole people, was necessitated by, the need to exploit cheap labor. And so in some ways you could say that the white supremacy as a concept or a belief or a myth or whatever you want to call it was in some ways tied to the economic question of exploiting labor, of, justifying slavery in some ways to profit off of it. So in that ways, there is that, maybe capitalism was the beginning and so on and so forth. But then the question I have is, was slavery absolutely necessary for the development of the capitalist mode of production? And this is not a question that, of course, I think Marx and Engels and then Lenin had a lot of opportunity to try and investigate. But then Du Bois has to, right? Because he's basically, his concern is the enslaved proletariat. But then I think this also reminds me of previous conversations we have had in school about the conception or the idea we should have of the American state from its conception to now, where the American state was founded on the basis of a revolutionary struggle against, the British, and in some ways it was making a break from Europe in some ways, but then they kept certain parts of the European, I don't know what to call it, like worldview, or they didn't make a complete epistemic break from Europe, because they saw value in keeping the institution of slavery and profiting off of the enslaved proletariat. And I think that sort of, this is at least how I make sense of it, and you could correct me if this makes no sense, is that necessitated the establishment of a white supremacist social system. Because on one hand, you wanted to continue, I guess, or make slavery compatible with this new state that was founded, which was moreover, it was a democracy, right? But you still wanted to keep slavery as an institution. But then in order to explain how a state which is compatible with slavery can be a democracy, you needed a whole systemic, framework which justified that in different ways, in different points in time, where I guess before emancipation, and we talk about this a little bit, like all of this makes a little more sense because we've been working on this essay, but before emancipation, there was this idea that, it's okay that the slave doesn't really enter the question of, democracy because he's subhuman, whatever. He doesn't need voting rights. He's like the ward of the state and so on and so forth. And then after emancipation, prime example being Plessy Ferguson, which said that, we have democracy. We're just saying separate but equal. That's not unconstitutional, They're still equal citizens, we're just saying. But then you're codifying, you're reforming, you're making the mechanisms of control of that white supremacist social system more and more sophisticated, but serving the same purpose in some ways. But, I guess this brings up the question of, okay, if the white supremacist social system had to be created in order to keep from the European way of thinking the institution of slavery or the institution of exploitation of dark labor, is there a directionality, like will the white supremacist social system always be trying to just keep up the capitalist mode of production, or uphold it and perpetuate it? But then I think this is where the idea of the dialectical relationship becomes important, because the establishment of the white supremacist social system, like I said before, creates a very specific kind of capitalism in the United States. And I guess the way I feel about it is that right now, what is the reason we are talking about all of this at all is because it seems like the struggle against white supremacy, or struggle against the ideas and values and assumptions that it necessarily permeates throughout American society seem to be the principal contradiction responsible for the American crisis in this point. Going back to the conversation about the, what's happening in Palestine not being fully described through economic principles, right? So I guess that is how I make sense of the need even of expanding that theory to include an analysis of the color line and the, I guess, historic perpetuation of the color line and the unfreedom it imposes on 1/10 of the population of this country.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So, I was trying to, like thinking about this. I also wanted to add a few more questions about it because, like I was thinking of a couple of years back, and this is maybe not the most relevant to make the point, but we were reading at the time when we were studying Hegel. We were also reading partly we were reading this a book by Sartre called like A Search for Method, and I think to some extent he argues there in defense of the Marxist logic. And I think what we were reading at that point was, like to bring up the question that it's possible that it's possible to overcome the conditions that created Marxist thought at that time in Europe, but it's only possible when the reasons for the question of poverty in Europe and the question of the class structure, the class and distribution of wealth, and so on and so forth in Europe. Once these are appropriately answered, like as time moves on, as those are appropriately answered, it's only then that it's possible to go beyond Marxism, so to speak. But I'm saying this because I think in many ways. The time at which, and from this discussion it was becoming clear that the time at which this focus on political economy and Marxist thought in Europe arose, this was a time when it was a specific time and a specific place where poverty was almost inevitable. But this was also very singular to Europe, where this is not the way that the rest of the world had existed. And I think this is also proved by the fact that in order for capitalism to survive in the US, that's what Du Bois argues that this is why the white supremacy system was necessary. It's because this is the first nation where we had slaves on the shore, is what he's talking about, and therefore. This depending on the time depending on the time that we were at, the time at which Du Bois was studying Black America, this was the time when in order to sustain capitalism, in order to sustain the distribution of wealth and the class structure and so on of Europe, it was necessary to invent white supremacy at that point. And I think to what Jeremiah was asking initially about how Winston saw this question, I think it's related to the question that Purva was raising, that it's all at the heart of it, the question is what is the ideological generator of an empire and war at the time. And when Winston is arguing for race to have a class origin and the reinscription of the color line, this is when neocolonialism in Africa is really at its peak. It's just beginning, and he's almost a futuristic thinker, that he's saying that these are the consequences of unless you see that race essentially has a class origin, you will fall into this ideological trap which serves empire, which serves neocolonialism at that time. But I think over the last 50 years or so, the examples of nation building in all formerly colonized nations, it serves to prove that poverty is not a necessity or a necessary product even of
of capitalism, whatever we mean by that. But it's not. It hasn't been the case in every former colonized nation. Poverty is on its way out, and in all of these nations, I guess the mode of production, the Marxists would say that it is a capitalist mode of production, and in spite of that, we are not in a place where poverty is a necessity and poverty is on the rise. It's not the case. I think that's what the last 50, 60 years have proved. And yeah, and also I was thinking, in terms of this idea of which is the universal theory, or if there is at all a universal theory, but which gets more close to the truth, is a function of time. And therefore, when we talk about Wesley Ferguson, like what Emily was saying, that it was it was at a time, it was enforced to in privileged whiteness, but essentially to separate Black people from participating in society, participating in in the democracy. But then already in King's time, we have reached the question of, do I want to be integrated into a burning house? So the question has, the King has already, and that time has already flipped the question. That is no longer a question of which theory or what frame of thought separates Black people from society, but the question of the standards of white society in the first place, and whether or not whether or not this is the level of civilization which we are to accept, which is what King and Baldwin are arguing that it's not. So we have moved from a time, I think, where the class origin of race entirely decides or is the generator of what pushes empire forward, what pushes war forward. And I mean, yeah, given what we have been talking about in the last few weeks, also the question of does political economy entirely explain, does it entirely explain the imperial wars, which we have seen in the last 50 years or so? So I think I think it's I think it's not a question of which theory is correct or which theory is closer to the truth simply, but that it's all of these theories are based in human action, and human action have led to certain changes in what in where these theories fall today. So therefore, I think what Winston was arguing at that point, I think it's the same logic that we are applying now. But what we are asking really is whether or not to accept the theories, to accept its conclusions, or to accept its logic. And I think what we are saying, this question of white supremacy being the generator of imperialism today, or this just this question of political economy, or almost versus white supremacy, the white supremacy social system. It is at a time when this has history has moved forward, and this is the one that this is where we can ask the question of what is sustaining empire, and political economy by itself is, this is, I guess this is the question that we're putting on the table. But whether or not this serves, even not even just today, but did it serve even 50 years back?
Can I before I wanted to add one small comment to what Shambhat is saying, understanding imperialism, right? How do you understand it? And one of the reasons why making these distinctions that we've been trying to make, and the emphasis we've been trying to lay on white supremacy and a world order or a social system in the case of America based on the principles of white supremacy, the reason why it's important to clarify and distinguish them from the conclusion you would come to with just political economy is how often you hear people say Russia and China are an empire in the same sense as the United States. How do you make sense of that without invoking this idea that China has not really colonized any peoples? I'm not saying it very well, but then if you miss that essential element of a white supremacist state acting in the world, as, an imperialist force, it's easy to sort of conflate everything is everything. Anybody, like China's presence in Africa is now seen as an imperialist or expansionist move. And you make the same arguments with Russia. And it's just, it's important to clarify that those lead you to wrong conclusions, and you cannot compare these states. I just want to add that.
Well, I would say that the people who label China and Russia as empires do not label the US as an empire.
That's not true. Cornell West will do all of them together.
Yes, I think Cornell West has. I don't really understand Cornell West, but
Not just him.
but I have seen more often than
But you
not.
take a guy like Chris Hedges, I think he might make them connect.
I think that the more popular thing to say is that yes, America is the world police, and it is ensuring that there is democracy in all the nations of the world, including China and Russia, where there is no democracy, and hence they are an empire. There is a correlation between the lack of people's voices to saying that this is what defines an empire. This is the more popular political opinion that I have read. But of course, in leftist circles, you do find that there is a very harsh criticism about the US, but never in the same terms as China and Russia. But I guess what I wanted to say was that I've been trying to understand this whole thing and thinking about the questions that Jeremiah has raised. And I guess I wanted to start with Du Bois's World in Africa, where, if I'm not mistaken, he makes the claim that the reason why the Industrial Revolution could happen was because of the transatlantic slave trade. The amount of capital that was amassed during the transatlantic slave trade made it so that the Industrial Revolution could happen. And the Industrial Revolution led to Marx and Lenin, or Marx and Engels, actually theorizing about capitalism. And you can say that was like the birth of the whole theory. And then, so at that point, I'm left asking the question: did the need for or well, I guess my question is that, okay, so the transatlantic slave trade was clearly, in a way, racially motivated because they had to find, they didn't have white slaves. They chose to go into Africa and capture people who didn't look the same. And then they offered the justification of the race, and that's what Du Bois said, that they had to sort of dehumanize them and say that they're not the same as white people. And so in my head, I'm like, did white supremacy as a system start there, which led to capitalism in a very narrow way, or did the need for establishing a capitalist system lead to the white supremacist system? And I'm not entirely clear there, because when you come to America and you look at Black Reconstruction, and if you think of Du Bois's claim that Black Reconstruction was both a social and an economic revolution, then the counter-revolution against Black Reconstruction would also have been both social and economic. And in that way, the white supremacist social system that arises out of the counter-revolution against Black Reconstruction would have to include both, a social and an economic component in a way. And I say this to try and understand whether the white supremacist social system developed having this inbuilt understanding of the political and financial economy, and if you know, like Purva was saying, it exists in a dialectical relationship where if something can be explained by pure economics in a way, then you're just not seeing that there's a social component, and that's how like Marxists tend to sort of separate things. That if it can be explained financially or economically, you don't need to go into the whole social aspect, the social explanation of it, whether or not it exists. And I think that the question that I'm trying to really grapple with here is I think this is the question that Jeremiah raised, that how does the white supremacy social system or the systems analysis explain capitalism and the modes of production? And I don't think it needs to, because I think that necessitates this whole base and superstructure thing, and I don't think we're there anymore. I don't think that there is a singular base and everything else is superstructure.
I think this is what we're working on, because I guess, yeah, for conceptual clarity, I think what we all disagree with, the specific claim of Marxism, we all disagree with the claim that the economic mode of production overdetermines all social relations. That's where we disagree with Marxism. I think where we're getting kind of blurry in the way that we talk about this is almost, sometimes it sounds like we're saying the white supremacist social system like includes all, like that it basically that it overdetermines all social relations, which include economic relations, versus like something which is more I guess parallel or interconnected, because I think this is also where like it really depends on also what we mean even by a social system, because I think there's one way of approaching it in which you like we're trying to basically encompass the entire web of all social, like all relations and social, like what we call social relations, which can basically be maybe like in a more vulgar way called quote, race relations. Also the economic relations, also the ideological relations, even like gender relations, for instance. And I think where I'm a little confused or just not super clear is when we say white supremacist social system, is that term meant to encompass all of those kinds of relations? Or does that term, the white supremacist social system, is that meant to encompass all of those relationships? Or is it more like white supremacy relating to capitalism? But
could I just make a suggestion? See, if you look at the Marxist analysis, everything that is not the political economy or the economy is derivative of it. If you take a social systems analysis, what you're saying, and you're right, how do you define the social system? Because then if the social system is the system in which all of these other subsystems exist, then they are not overdetermined, but determined by the system in which they exist. So if you say we're talking about a white supremacist social system, well, the economy in a white supremacist social system will be a economic system that adheres to white supremacy and upholds white supremacy and produces white supremacy. Let me just give you a small example. You know, when the bourgeoisie in the early days came into existence, it did not understand itself as a class. It took people like John Locke, and, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and all of these thinkers to say this, and then ultimately Marx to say this is a class. You know, the same thing, I think that, you know, a primitive form of a white supremacist social system exists under slavery, but it became an abundant necessity after slavery because of many reasons, which I don't want to start talking about because I'll get it wrong. But certainly it becomes a historic necessity. And it is not a historic necessity driven by economic necessity. That's the way I would say it. It was a historic necessity driven by the necessities of an entire social system, which in many ways was determined and predicated by slavery, but then in other ways was not. You know, everything in American society through those 255 years of slavery was not determined by slavery. You know, there were other things. However, it is after slavery, this is my thinking, that a different social system was necessitated. A new society, a new nation emerges out of the anti-slavery struggle. There was no need to legally and constitutionally define whiteness or to have a protection of whiteness, you know, before the end of slavery. So, without going into everything, the two are epistemologically different, political economy and social systems analysis. And I think that my last pointer is what do we want from a theory right now? And I think that will have a lot to say about epistemologies, and so it's really a practical question as well.
I think where I think I get tripped up too. I feel like the whole mental structure of base superstructure thing, it is very it's very compelling in some ways because I think, but that also in some ways influences the way that we talk about like the white supremacy social system. Where I think to Shantanu's point, it sounds like we're basically swapping out economic mode of production with white supremacy social system. It's like that's quote unquote the new base. And I don't think that's the claim we're making, but that mental structure of like, oh, this is the real thing, and then everything else is superstructure on top of it.
Yeah.
That way of thinking is very it's very influential, I think. And I think it's part of the reason why we're working to figure this out. But I think because I'm also interested, I want to understand more of even the social systemic way of thinking, but it seems like we're not really just swapping out one base for another base.
No,
I don't think that's what we're doing.
no, and I think more than that, we're looking at alternative epistemologies.
Right.
You know, I don't care what you throw at, you know, Du Bois and Baldwin, they are alternatives to the mainstream academic, philosophical, and such. Even, and one thing we haven't thrown in there, civilizational. The idea that pathway to progress is through Western civilization. And everybody's right about this. Du Bois completely rejects that.
Right. Whereas Marx was like,
Yeah.
it is too much.
Yeah, that's right.
And I mean, I think, because I guess part of it is at least for me, I don't feel like one needs, like, basically, as long as we're all agreed that we're not basically, like, it's not even that we're like politically opposed to like quote unquote Marxism. It's just we don't agree with the whole premise that economic mode of production predetermines and overdetermines all other socially.
That's right. And it does not get us where we want to go in terms of the current crisis.
But I guess
It fails in terms of an approach to the current crisis and to the transformative role of the American people.
right, because I think that on the one hand, like whether it's like life construction or even I was like rereading King's like Beyond Vietnam speech, where he's very upfront. He's like, yeah, like part of this is like overseas investment. Like it's not like it's like neither Baldwin, Du Bois, King, they don't shy away from like being like very frank about, hey, maybe there is an economic mode of production, and maybe that like part of this is like basically
or economic motives.
Economic motives, but they're just not like over prioritizing it. They see it as part of a larger web of social relations. But it's interesting to me because he's like, yeah, like basically he talks about this search for overseas profits and investment. And then immediately after that, that's when he makes the case for revolution values. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to fit it all together because I feel like part of what we're searching for is like a holistic and complete epistemology. And I don't think that, like, also, yeah, like Black Reconstruction, like Du Bois is doing like everything. Like he's doing sociology, he's doing political philosophy, he's doing basically like theorizing of democracy, but he's also doing political economy. Like he's doing all of it. And I feel like for us, that to me feels like, I think there is something, but that to me feels like the most compelling way that we're trying to develop a holistic science, but one which is able to actually deploy where relevant different methods also and different ways of assessing it, without necessarily over prioritizing any particular method. But I think maybe the catch is that the uniqueness of American history and the invention of race and of the racial system does mean that I guess I don't know. I'm getting a little bit confused, but it does mean that sociology takes on a very central.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'm trying to work out. It's like, okay, like we're not saying it's the base, but we do think that the social system, the sociological method is still probably the most compelling method, even while we're not totally like jettisoning off every other possible way of thinking about it. But yeah.
Wait, can I ask, I'm thinking of like what you said a little before about like this question of materialism and idealism, because it seems like, what you're saying, like to ask the question, does the economic concern, does the economic motive, like, is this the primary concern? And I think what we have come to conclude is also that like America has proved that it's not. That this is what Baldwin's argument is, that ultimately the question that defines America is the search for an identity, and this is why the like even after emancipation, the like what you were saying, Doc, about the change of the form of the white supremacy system, it necessitated a way to define what does a white person mean, like what does white person mean.
Yeah.
So
I think that's a very important thing. I think Baldwin gets at it. There is a change in white identity after slavery, after the end of the Civil War. And what we see today is the result of the 150 years after slavery. the modern white identity, I don't think, existed pre-Civil War. And that is what the Supreme Court said must be protected. Not every white individual, but whiteness itself. That's Plessy. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, yeah, like, because this also, I think,
But can I just say one other thing? And that is what is so attractive to many immigrants and Black folk in this country. The seduction of whiteness, the allure of whiteness, that, even without thinking about it, let's say an immigrant from India who rises up the academic and business ladders, before that person knows it, they're white. And they say, well, what happened? How did I become? I didn't choose to be white. Maybe by not choosing not to be white, you chose to be white. But there is something compelling. And when they talk about opportunity, and this is why I think a systemic analysis is so important. The system creates space for, let us say, highly educated immigrants to be white. Whereas it does not create that space for the Black poor. And that's why, when we go around, I was talking to Purba about when I took Ram Mohan Rai and Swati and Naya. We went on this tour, not as extensive as I took you all on. And Ram Mohan Rai, he saw Kensington, he saw Black poverty, and even though, we couldn't communicate directly and Jahan was translating, I felt that there was something that changed in Ram Mohan Rai when he said that. He assumed that America was a system that leveled things, that people became more or less the same in democracy and opportunity. And he saw this. And it's no way that he could have read it or somebody told him. He'd have to see it. And it changed him. I think in the same way that y'all's experience is a barrier to you all being seduced by whiteness in ways that your colleagues might be.
yeah, I mean, this is, this is like, in what you were saying, I think this is the point where, what we are trying to say is that there is a need for a people to become a people, and what I think we have been learning through Baldwin is that in America, what we've been saying, America is yet to become, Americans are yet to become a people in that sense, which is why the question of the white supremacist social system is, it is like oxygen for this identity to have any meaning. For white identity to have a meaning, you need this, and this is not provided by, simply by economic concerns.
Take the politics, take the Democratic Party, which was supposed to be a part of this. You just cannot explain it, except its relationship to a white supremacist social system. What does the Democratic Party function for, and how does it function? It functions to uphold white privilege for all white people, for every class of white. No, not the same, but in general, white privilege. And it needs Black agents of a white supremacist social system to give moral weight to the claim that it's upholding democracy and not white supremacy.
It also helps explain the contradiction of the Democratic Party's war policy.
Yes.
Because essentially, people, something you might ask is, how can the Democratic Party support continuing funding Israel, let's say? But But then at the same time, they're saying that they are trying to be the party of like, okay, not even the working class, let's just say middle class, progressive, like working class, middle class, the people or whatever.
Mhm.
Part of it is because, okay, this is my proposal of, I guess, how I would say imperialism is, that accounts for the mode of production and that it's basically it's produced by the white supremacist social system, but that war, let's just say war or imperialism, that the goal is not the goal of war and imperialism by the ruling elite of this country is to stabilize the white supremacist social system, which is not just a system, but also, most importantly, necessitates a narrative. Like, it necessitates the narrative that this is a democracy. Because the whole idea is citizenship in America is equated with whiteness.
But can I ask you a question? Just, would you agree that imperialism is a world economic system?
Yeah, these are the questions.
No, I guess no.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know the actual definition.
Okay.
Well, I guess I would, but my point, I guess, okay, the way I would explain it is that America needs imperialism and wars, not because it wants to feed its capitalism, but because it needs to produce a stable enough economy so that its citizens believe that democracy, what they understand to be democracy, is functioning, but really it's the white supremacist social system functioning. Like, that America needs imperialism to convince Americans that the American way of life, which is not just like wages or the price of goods, but also the myth that like we are a liberal democracy, that we are free, that there is bourgeois freedom, is like I guess that's the way it's because I don't know. I guess I think okay, for example, it explains why the US could, if they only were concerned about, let's just say, oil or war.
Right.
Then why does the US not want to, like, why would the US not, instead of Israel, why would the US not, for example, support Iran or Syria, right? And part of it is because to do so would bust through the myth
Right.
of white supremacy.
But that, I feel like the US has a song.
The US has
The
one?
US has a song period and like regime change and targeting. I think
Could I ask you a question though? Does imperialism necessitate war? Is war necessary for imperialism or for a global capitalist economy?
yeah, I mean this is like my general question. Is there even a global economy?
Okay, that's a good question. But let's say, to the extent that there's an international economy that we could define as capitalist, does it need war? Or does, like John Mearsheimer would argue, war is as even Orrin Cass would argue, war retards the economic development of the world economy.
Because Lenin's argument is that it does.
That it necessitates war. And but you could make the argument, and I think this is where Emily would come with a critique. She would say that it is not the economic system that necessitates war; it's the white supremacist social system,
Right.
and that it is imperative to maintain the social system of the United States, that it also projects this system on the world.
Okay, because is this a stupid question? Is it a stupid suggestion to say, for example, like going off of this, that what necessitates war is not a global capitalist system, but in fact, to maintain the white supremacist social system, that, for example, that explains, for example, why the US essentially must always ally, like, for example, if it was just about a global capitalist, a world capitalist system,
You could make that argument.
if it
The
was,
laws of capitalism, in the Marxian sense, before Lenin, does not make war inevitable.
yeah, well,
You know, it makes exploitation of labor inevitable. But go ahead.
well, no, I'm just posing the question, which is
Yes.
because I know it's a silly question, but the question is, why will the US never, it's like how Baldwin says it, why will the US always choose Israel over Palestine, the white South Africans over the black South Africans? It's not, if it was just about, if it was just
If it's
about
just an
capitalism,
economic
if it was
decision.
just economics,
Yes.
then the US might go with Iran, or I don't know.
Well, no, but I guess where I'm getting caught up is, again, it's one thing to say it's not just the capitalist system which motivates me. It's a different claim to make that war is principally motivated by the white supremacist system, as opposed to saying it is both motivated by a capitalist system and the white supremacist system. Those are different. It's a different claim to make as opposed to saying it's not capitalism alone. Ergo, we need.
But here's what she's saying.
Right.
If it is white supremacist in the United States, why would it cease being white supremacist when it goes abroad?
Yeah, I guess
in other words, the projection of power by the United States is projection of white supremacists.
I guess I don't know if it's a disagreement. It's just methodologically, I feel like you can make this claim, but I don't think that it makes logical sense for us to just be like, okay, capitalism alone does not explain it, but then it seems like we make another further move to say actually it's primarily explained by white supremacy. But I think we shouldn't just say, oh, you can't just explain it with capitalism. Because that implies that you just need more factors to explain it. That implies that you just need more methods to explain what drives it.
And
as opposed to saying there's one principal thing that's driving it.
This is so interesting, and I know Crystal will understand me when I talk like this. Most economists, especially neoclassical economists, but even before them, would argue the superiority of the capitalist system is that it is rational. Every individual fulfilling their individual interests, be he or she a corporation or an individual worker, in making decisions about their interests will act like rational decision makers, or tend to act like rational decision makers. So the system is viewed as a rational system. If you throw in white supremacy, the economists, neoclassical economists, would saying you're throwing an irrationality in, an externality. What I think Emily is saying is, in fact, white supremacy is not an externality to the economy. It is inherent to the economy.
Right.
And this, I think, is what the systems analysis kind of says, that in a white supremacist social system, nothing operates outside of white supremacy. Law, religion, economics, and so on. Now, one could say, from a theoretical standpoint, the difference between Marxism and neoclassical economics is that the neoclassical economists are talking about individual firms, individual participants in the economy. Marxism says that's their weakness. They don't see the whole system, the mode of production. And what Emily would say is, well, even if you take the mode of production, too much is not explained. Now, she was taking the specific question of war and peace. It is and probably you sound like Clausewitz. War is just domestic or politics by other means. You know, she would argue that war, and if I'm wrong, you tell me, war is white supremacy by other means. And that, so and I think it's a point to be made. Would the United States retreat from the world if the white supremacist social system at home was threatened?
Yes.
He says, in spite of economic interest.
Yes.
In a lot of ways, that's Trump. You
Right.
know?
Could you say that?
The Democrats, on the other side, the Democrats would make the position or stand on the position that the white supremacist system must globalize. We need allies that see the world in white supremacist ways and even adopt forms of a white supremacist social system. Certainly Israel is that. Certainly that's what South Africa is. I don't know how much it is today. Certainly all of the European countries without a lot of Black people have adopted something of a white supremacist social system. The allies of the United States, well, I would argue, have more in common than just economic interests. And it's hard to have a precise answer quickly, but her argument is that it is the necessities of the system of this country that produce war.
Yeah.
That they could more easily abandon economic system, economic interests than they can white supremacists.
Right. Well, because the one thing, so I completely, that was a much better explanation of what I was trying to say, because, but I wonder if the thing you're getting tripped up on is, I'm not saying white supremacy causes war. I'm saying to maintain the white supremacist social system today requires, there's a difference.
Okay, and explain why you say that.
Because to say white supremacist social system is not excluding mode of production. It's to say laws, mode of production, values, ideas, institutions, all are the way they're functioning today. It's all to maintain the
Why
system.
do you say that to preserve the white supremacist social system was necessary, rather than to maintain the capitalist mode of production was necessary? You don't have to explain. You don't have to tell me why now, but you see, if you just take war and peace, if you take the economic argument, it seems more clear, doesn't it? Than if you take the white supremacist explanation of war.
Well, I do have a question here that might complicate things. But you know how we were saying that the global capitalist system might not be as global as we think it is.
Yes.
Right? So how global do we think the white supremacist social system is?
Or how global must it be?
So that is what I'm thinking about, right? Because
in the face of American empire.
To answer this question about war and peace, is that the motivation?
What do you mean?
Is the motivation the spread of the white supremacist social system? Because I don't see.
Well, what she's arguing, the maintenance of the white supremacist social system in the United States.
Here, okay.
Requires war. And why do you say it requires war? Maybe you didn't say that. Maybe I said it.
I think.
Okay, wait, Paul, let Nuri come and then out.
Longer. Okay, and I actually think what we were just talking about with like the presumed rationality or irrationality of like the system or the factors involved is pretty interesting. Where there's something in this that's like really tripping me up and I'm confused. And I think it just means like it'll take a little bit of time. But I feel like Jeremiah was saying early on, like he was making like a big list of things or something. But it was basically like, okay, Black people are still uniquely oppressed. The US ruling elite is not necessarily logical and doesn't always behave in rational ways. And so I think something that I'm trying to understand is the ruling class or the presumed like architects of the white supremacist social system and how they act, whether it's in irrational or rational ways or ways that are only rational under the logic of the white supremacist social system. And then separate from that, like how does the white supremacist social system itself like socially reproduce if like the purpose of the system is to actually reproduce itself? And I think those are maybe two not exactly the same things, where I feel like there are the actors who, yeah, like maybe are not rational, but are pursued by like in some ways personal interests. And maybe they subscribe to an ideology that is like a white supremacist social system. But I feel like I am not, I feel hesitant about this thing of like a white supremacist world system or social system. Like I think I agree that white supremacy, or I'm open to like the idea that white supremacy or the white supremacist social system in the US is open to and needs wars in some ways to sustain itself, whether it's because of like how it.
Can I ask you a question? Is it possible that South Korea has something that looks like and sometimes functions like the US white supremacist social system? That's
So I think it's part of a world system that is invested in and has been tainted by white supremacy. But I don't know if I would say that it itself is a social system. And I think that's partially because we're like how we've been tracing like the genealogy or the origin of the American white supremacist social system as a particular, like utterly unique and like in some ways like very concrete form, like especially like emancipation, Reconstruction, the defeat of Reconstruction, Plessy Ferguson. And I think that if you were to trace it through today with like after World War II, like the US becoming the hegemonic empire, the way that like apartheid South Africa, like I would say there is like some sort of world system that is very tainted by white supremacy. But I don't know if I would say that like the European manifestation, like taking up of that, is a white supremacist social system that's equivalent or the same as.
I guess not. My point kind of responds to yours, which is, in my mind, I'm thinking essentially of three different case studies, where one is North Korea, the second is China, and the third is Japan. And essentially, like what has happened to each of them representing something of the white supremacist social system. Because, for example, something like North Korea, is there such an intense propaganda against them because they're communists, or is it because they challenge the American way of life? And by American way of life, in terms of what we're saying, like a white supremacist, like you believe, like the way Baldwin talked about American society, you believe that you are a democratic society, that people are equal, but at the same time, there's these deep contradictions, and you actually don't have to. But something like North Korea actually challenges your assumptions about the world. And because I don't think like in the mode, like economic mode of production way of thinking about it, and I'm still working it through too. Like I don't think North Korea is an enemy because we don't have access to their markets. Yeah, I think they're an enemy because there's something that's not purely economic, which I think is your question, which is it purely economic or is it a mix of economic, white supremacy? And I think in the instance of North Korea, it is white supremacy.
Well, they are heavily sanctioned, right?
Yeah. And then there's the second example of China, which is more difficult, I think. And I'm trying, this is like actually making me feel the urgency to finish my article. But essentially, like, yeah, the war, is this intense battle with China because, and I think with China it's a little more complicated because its economy is so intertwined with the US. But a lot of the actions against China are actually not beneficial from an economic standpoint for the US. I think there's this chart in terms of like the sanctions and actually how many of the patents are with China, and actually these sanctions will stunts American technological advancement and economic progress, but there's an irrationality around it, and I guess that's like TBD to fully work out. And so I think with China, it's like less clear: is it economic, or is there more so white supremacy? And then okay, third then is Japan, and the reason why I say Japan is because I think Japan, in the sense of World War II, it becomes, or in time from World War II to even like the 2000s when it's ascending, when is it seen as a threat and when is it not seen as a threat to like Western supremacy? And I don't know, for that one, I don't know too much about, because I know during like the 90s, 2000s, Japan was also like increasing economically. I don't know if Japan faced the same antagonism by the West, because it didn't necessarily challenge the white supremacist ways of.
Or is Japan an Asian nation which unequivocally accepts white supremacy?
Yeah.
That's why I asked Nuri about South Korea. You know, is an imperative of the Japanese system in the global context the acceptance of white supremacy? In other words, an acceptance of American domination. And is being an ally of the United States, does it mean accepting that? Which, according to Emily's argument, is more than accepting the US economic dominance. It's acceptance of white supremacy. Yeah. But I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, that's exactly what, which is, I guess I was kind of young or not alive during Japan.
Say that again.
I wasn't born by time. Or I wasn't alive too young,
Oh,
like
yeah.
during the 90s and 2000s, when Japan was an economic, like it was rising economic.
Actually, the 80s.
Oh, okay. I still wasn't
Yeah,
born.
no, you weren't.
Did it face the same amount of antagonism that China, for example, was facing? This is a question for you, Toby. Like, did it face the same amount of antagonism by the West the way
See,
China?
part of the defeat of Japan in World War II was forcing Japan to recognize the dominance of a white nation. The Japanese, even though Du Bois said they accepted and learned white ways too good and too quickly, Japan still, up until their defeat in World War II, I would say, saw themselves as a competitor with the white West. That's the whole Asian prosperity zone. That's the whole thing with China, you know. But still, they saw Asia. But then, with the defeat in World War II, they become a part of the West, and that means that they more or less, nothing is pure, more or less accept the dominance of a white nation over them and over Asia. South Korea was never dominated by a white nation. They were dominated, but by Asian nations. I think the more I think about Kathy's take, which is not the only take on Taiwan, I know you have it, but what I felt she was saying is that Taiwan has accepted white supremacy as an organizing principle. Now, how do you accept white supremacy in a nation where ain't no white people?
Right. Or black people.
Or black people, you know, but you can, because you're talking about the global system and your acceptance of a white nation as the global hegemon, its values, its music, and wherever in Japan, I mean, the good thing is they like black music, they like the stylistics, they like John Coltrane. You know, that's part of the price of the ticket. the good part. But the bad part is to take on as superior. And this is, I get this from Kathy. She could be wrong, but when she says that Taiwanese women don't want to look like women on the mainland of China. They want to look more like women in the United States. You know?
Just I'm sorry to like keep doing this, but I think we're right now. I'm not fully sure if I understand where we're at.
To revise it.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, no, no.
I asked Kathy that I present her position.
kind of feel like I need
She
to go
says
back.
she's revising it.
I'm-
You know?
But I feel like it's just more.
Go ahead. I'm
It's,
sorry. I'm sorry.
Like in the examples that Alice mentioned, I feel like we're making a rhetorical move, which inevitably becomes a conceptual move of being like, oh, it's not economics, it's white supremacy. I don't think I agree with that way of framing it, is all I'm saying, is because I think even the claim that the white supremacist social system colors the economic relations, that doesn't remove economics from the equation. It just means that it
Okay, let
conditions
me
the
propose an alternative. Let me propose something else, and this goes back to what Alice is thinking through. The structure of China's economy is not all that different from the structure of Japan's economy. You know, they're both state-centered and market state. South Korea, the whole, most of Asia, East Asia, has this similar economic structure. Okay, but Japan is not viewed as an enemy, although its economy is quite similar to China's. It's not seen as, but China is. North Korea wants an economy, or to redo its economy, to look something or more like South Korea's state and market economy, right? That's the Japanese model. The Japanese model is very influential in East Asia. But why is North Korea the enemy? Or why is China the enemy when their economies are not structurally are not that different? And all three of these socialist economies, so-called, are seeking Western investment. You know, one of the things that was appealing to Kim Jong-un about Trump is that he wanted a rapprochement where American investment would come into North Korea. You know, so it's not the economic system that is the source of the conflict. It is something else. And if you take Asia, and I think Asia is a great example, you know, because of Asian civilizational, you know, thing where they don't want to fuck with the white people and tell them what to do. But then South Korea, Taiwan, Japan are prepared to make an existential compromise. China's not, North Korea is not. And because they will not accept, and this is where we're putting it, the dominance of a white nation over them, they are seen as the enemy of that white nation. Okay, yeah. Let me just say, Alice, does that kind of flow with your research and the way you're trying to?
I mean, I think it's just interesting because
Say that again.
it's interesting in terms of, well, I think for me, it's kind of hard to talk about the theory without certain examples.
Yes.
And so that's why when I was thinking about examples, I was like thinking of North Korea, China, and Japan.
Very interesting.
Because I think you said it in some ways, the variation showed
The variation.
the variation between these societies actually shows a common thread of white supremacy. Like the thread is not the economic system. The thread is white supremacy, like the white supremacists.
The difference, the variation in how they are
treated. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, because the idea was, you know, send 200,000 Chinese students to the United States to go to the best US universities. And then when they come back, they will have been to a certain extent socialized into the system of white supremacy, But go ahead, Paula.
I'll keep it really short because I feel like we're talking about two things here, if I'm to be very honest.
No.
I think we're talking about two things here. I think the position of the American state in the world has to be separated from the question of the social system. I think everything that we have discussed about America emerging as the principal hegemon, and then after the Soviet Union, the real the unipolar world at the helm of it, the American state, that is a white supremacist world order, and it has mechanisms that are not just economic, which are also ideological, political, of control over every part of the world. That includes Asia, that includes India, and like ideologies are being exported at the same rate as economic policies, So there is a world system that is white supremacist. We've sort of this is something that we've established. I think the historical development after the two world wars and then the eventual fall of the Soviet Union, I think that is a block of knowledge that in some ways to me seems separate from the question of the social system and the purpose that the understanding of the social system serves, where I feel like the purpose of the white supremacist social system in America, which I don't think exists anywhere else, it exists in this country because it was necessary to have that social system in order to tie together the idea of America as the white supremacist hegemon over the world and the idea that America is also a democracy, or and that it can have black people and white people in the same on the same land and then treat them differently. So I think the purpose of the social system, or our interest in the social system in America, is something that we need to look at, I think, separately and we're looking at it separately in order to answer a very specific mode of crisis in the American state and the American political situation right now. I think the question of war is more tied to the world system than it is to the social system.
How are they disconnected?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to be standing, but I'm curious on what I'm in response to that. I'm the white supremacist social system has to be overcome, undermined, defeated, for a new world to emerge, for a new time to emerge. If the Marxists are not are not being able to deal with that question in a mature way, they concede to social democracy. They concede to not being relevant. And
Could I just interrupt you? And hence to coexist with the white supremacist social system with the intent to reform it along the edges. And this is what we see in you.
Which actually then doesn't mean what we are asking about what we're proposing maybe about a framework is actually different than what the so-called Marxists are asking would be a I guess an answer for our times, or because it's why not Du Bois? Why not Baldwin? Why not and what I guess we're dealing with is what makes our framing of this epistemological struggle. What I'm saying is there's something that we're building upon. It's epistemological. That enforces a struggle against the white supremacist social system. If that epistemology is something that is negated or not taken as important, then we're proposing a different answer
to what even the Marxists or so-called Marxists would even think about. And that's what I think is more on the table than the technicalities of a global system or a like if we're talking like what we're talking about now is what is the way forward?
Yeah.
Are we moving towards a white supremacist social system? Do we want that in place? Or are we talking about a world that overcomes a white supremacist social system, has a new basis of an epistemology which recognizes James Baldwin King and a new philosophy? Like like, because in my head, I'm like, well, why is love important? Like, why is morals important? Like, why is civilization important? And why can that overcome white supremacy more than, yeah.
No, I completely agree with
No.
everything you said.
Yeah.
But if we are going to talk about the world and we're going to talk about what's happening in the world and try and tie it to the analysis that we are building about the American white supremacist social system, it has to be done carefully, you know.
Oh, yes.
And there are certain disagreements we have clearly, we've not settled. And this is like, I don't think the entire world situation at this point, I feel comfortable to describe with the white supremacist social system in America, you know. And the question of war and peace, we have to find an answer to it, you know.
Yeah.
But sorry.
Well, I think the main thing is just like this question before of what do we want the community to do?
Yes,
Like, what are we
yes.
doing it for? And basically, America, the white supremacist social system, the way that it wages war clearly is the problem that we have to find
Yes.
some way of like solving, some way of figuring out. And so I think that's why I definitely think that the white supremacist social system has ramifications, impact, like projects white supremacy across the world. But I feel like in terms of like the system, I'm not really like my main focus, I don't think, is on disentangling or like trying to figure out the global system like that. In the same way that I don't think our principal goal is figuring out a general unified theory. I feel like it's America, and clearly whatever happens in America or whatever happens will have bearing and will have consequences for the world, hopefully they're positive.
And even for America to stop being like the hegemonic force all over the world, for a multipolar world to emerge, it is true that the white supremacist social system has to be overturned.
Wait, can I ask a question? How is, okay, tell me if what I'm about to say is different than what you're saying, or no, I'm actually genuinely interested, because what I would say is that the reason why there is war in the world is because of an American state that is because of an American state that is constituted because of the white supremacist system. The American state is only given legitimacy because of whiteness. That is like, I guess that is why.
Here's the other question. Are these civilization wars?
Yes, it is, exactly.
And if they're civilization wars conducted by the United States, how can they be anything other than the enforcement of white supremacy?
Right, because.
Okay, I'm just
because
I
I'm good.
agree with
Yeah.
that. I agree with that. But the social system is the question, right?
Well,
like what
the social system gives, but basically, I feel like that's a
Okay.
yeah. Well, because basically, because the Baldwin Buckley debate, basically, the whole point is this. I guess it's Roger. Roger said this, and I like forgot it until you brought it up. Basically, the whole idea is that the assumptions of America are not really just an America thing. At this point, it's a white civilizational, Western civilizational assumption, which is that there's such thing that America and now the West has achieved bourgeois freedom. That America has achieved freedom, bourgeois freedom, which is dependent on the assumption. It's dependent on the assumption that basically it's dependent on the whole thing of like consenting to the government or liberal.
Why do we call it bourgeois freedom?
What do you mean?
No, but using the term bourgeois freedom.
Versus what?
No, but I'm just saying, because this is part of what I was asking at the beginning. It's like we use terms which are very clearly linked commonly to Marxism. And I think we have to be clear about how we're using them in a different, and like why use
Well,
them-
Anglo-Saxon people.
yeah, so like why use bourgeois freedom versus white freedom? Like I'm not asking in like an accusatory way. I just think it's like to say bourgeois freedom
It's a
most
concession to Marxist language.
most people would associate that with basically the freedom of the actual bourgeois class.
Yeah, but there's no problem
Yeah.
because no one is throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
But sometimes it feels like we are. That's where I'm like, okay, like sometimes we're saying, oh, like actually we don't really have a problem with Marxism. It's just that we don't take the whole supremacy of the class production as like our basic. But then other times it feels like we are throwing, and I get confused about what we're actually doing.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we're in many different places and we're trying to
Yeah.
figure out.
Yeah.
I'm not throwing out Marxism. I'm just putting it on the back burner because I don't find it functional. Like I don't find it functional to explain. I don't find it functional to explain what is the unachieved task in America.
Right.
How are we going to achieve emancipation? Because there's no emancipation.
I think one of the problems is that once, with a certain kind of Marxism, I'll put it that way, you'll never understand Baldwin or Du Bois. You'll never understand this. There's so much. We could just start listing 1, 2, 3. I mean, at least off the top, 10 things that are essential to the American history and the American future that you just can't get to. So you could say, you can get a very intelligent Marxist. Let's take a Richard Wolff, who might not be all that intelligent. I'll let you decide, Jerry. But I mean, there's nothing in the body of work of the massive bodies of work of Baldwin and Du Bois that he even draws upon or has even consulted. Whereas at least most of us, I mean, I was on the long march to understand Marxism for many, many years. And I mean, really to study it and to, live it and yada, 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 yada. But on the other side, they don't even, take a Du Bois or Baldwin seriously at all because of where they start and what their concern, their epistemology and civilizational concerns are.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask actually two questions, but I think this sort of gets to what you were also saying, and I think this is what Purva was also saying, because I think there are two questions which we are equally involved in. One is the question of war and imperialism. Then there's the question of true freedom in America, and I don't think these questions are inseparable for us, but I don't think objectively these questions are inseparable, because it is quite possible that the world moves forward, the world figures out how to deal with imperialism, and the question of freedom in America, or social degradation in America is not of concern for the world in that sense. So I think there are these two questions obviously play off each other, but it's also quite possible that the logic of the development of the world, of the question of world emancipation, freedom from war. I think one question is concerning whether or not the logic of political economy and so on, and whether or not that explains the development of the world. And I think what we are saying is, or we are asking really, is that enough to explain America? And this is something I think we are all agreed on, that it's not enough to explain America. But I don't know if that immediately leads to the conclusion that it's not enough to explain, or that explains the world development either. Because I don't think these are exactly the same question. They're not the same question. There can be there can be a future of no more imperial wars, but
Still
Still
a white
white
supremacist social
still, yeah, and still no, like.
Well, that's not
no
what Emily
emancipation.
was saying. She would say that the white supremacist social system is the greatest explanation of war, of war in the modern terms.
It doesn't make sense fully to me yet.
Yeah.
I think I guess we all have to think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to be clear. I'm not in a position of defending Marxism. I just want to make that clear. I think I'm more interested in like, okay, part of it is like, what is our relationship to basically 150 years of revolutionary thought? And that's part of the larger theoretical ideological question which we are looking at.
Just last thing, I promise, we talk about this so much, talks brought it up today also, how it's so difficult for somebody sitting in India to even understand what's going on in this country. But they understand white supremacy.
Right.
Indians understand white supremacy, but they do not understand the social
System.
crazy way of interpersonal relations, but then it's relations between and I think that is why instinctively I feel like the question of the social system, if it has to be used in the way the systemic analysis, if it has to be used in the way that actually shows the path forward, I think there has to be certain guardrails where we define why, first of all, we are talking about the social system in America, and we've discussed that to death, because all the revolutionary theories that are offered right now cannot explain 400 years of Black poverty, generational poverty.
Right.
That's why we're taking a systemic look at American society to explain something, how the state could have become like at the top of the world order. I mean, there is something as an international order, a rules-based order. These words are used quite often. So there is a system of organization on the global stage. But then what's happening in America that's allowing for such unfreedom to masquerade under the name of freedom, or such undemocracy to masquerade under the banner of democracy.
Right.
I think that is where the social systems analysis and a white supremacist social system allows us to answer certain questions that are very existential right now, especially as we are moving up to this election. But then the question of the world order and then war and all of this, I think in some ways has to be, again, I will say it's not completely, like it won't completely come down to the social system. It is also like, anyway, I don't know if
But you would agree they're linked.
yeah, of course they're linked. They're linked because the American state, in order to be the hegemon, needs the social system.
Well, the thing is, I think it's not just linked in a sense of understanding the world situation. I also think it's linked in terms of the path forward. Because when we talk about the American social system and then like this world order, I think it boils down, like both come to the same thing.
To destroy this.
What?
Sorry.
What did you just say?
I got it. I said to destroy the social system in some ways.
No, well, I think, coming back to the American psychology, which is, I think, the same challenge that the Black social system in America poses to the white social system, white supremacist social system in America, is actually parallel to, I don't know, the Chinese social system, which I don't know as much about, or like all these that are a challenge to the white supremacist social system globally. And therefore, that means like the path forward is that if you accept the psychology of the white supremacist social system, is that you basically are not open to what I guess Baldwin calls reality, the reality of other people in America, but also the reality of other people in the world. And isn't the solution the same? Isn't this like, I think the solution comes back to the same, which is that, which is that the reason why we go to war abroad, the reason we have poverty here is the same thing, which is that you're unable to see the other in this country.
Well, because like that guy, like we said, and even you said in the intro talk about what makes why is the American people itself the most dangerous force to American empire? Isn't that the quote?
Yeah, that's Richard Haas.
And it's because the American people are the American people could undo the white supremacist social system. Like, I don't know, that's just how I don't, I can't tell if we're disagreeing with that.
No, this is very important. A small thing, the butterfly effect. A small thing could set off events that could undo something very large. And you're right. One way of interpreting Richard Haas's statement is that the American people not only oppose these foreign wars and spending on them, but also are in some way in conflict with the white supremacist social system, the system that gives a stable foundation to the mechanisms of power, of war, etc.
Yeah. We still, like, we link white supremacy to the white supremacist social system to the upholding of, like, basically,
But
the suppression of people around the world.
the way we posed it was that the American state, through the white supremacist social system, does to the black person at home what it does to the Palestinian in Gaza.
Do you have any comments?
And I mean this in the best possible way.
No?
Some of the discussion was internal, but it was more on topic this time. That said, it's still like probably 200 comments, so I'm not going to read all of them. But I'll just say, like, many people said good morning. Someone named us Liv said great channel, and we have some new viewers it seems like today. I had a lot of coffee from last week. Someone named Sophie Bliss.
Speak up a little bit, maybe slowly.
Okay, someone named Rule Adama commented a lot from last week. There was a conversation related to artificial intelligence, and then they're sort of trying to parse out what the social system was and whether, like, basically tools for analysis. The question of whether talking about white supremacy means playing up a race card. Wanted to by saying actually a part of white supremacy means playing the victim. Let's see, talking about symbology and what symbols represent, how they're used, I guess, immediate things, how they influence the subconscious. People are taking on the white supremacist social system and abbreviating it WSSS.
Yes.
Let's see. This question of like debt and money, being like one of the forces of history. This thing of that Obama is part of the system, like most people become a cog. There's an idea that the president has the illusion of having hands on gears, but actually that's not true. Whether all empires are the same or whether they're different. Yeah, and then lots. Yeah, this thing of belief systems, whether the imposition of the ruling class is material or epistemological, how the system like promotes the kind of propaganda that leads to social reproduction, and how the elites have an economic advantage. They have an economic advantage that in some ways I think they're saying they use for ideological. And so this strategy of trying to divide people and pit them against each other with the illusion that a group is out of forces, sowing conflict and division to keep control. That the question of whether white supremacy just happens to be the system that has advantage at this point, when in general, like, there are systems of like superiority. Yeah, there's a discussion about white supremacy in the world, whether white supremacy and modern imperialism are inherently and inexorably intertwined, whether white people are tricked into supporting the system based on them being global minorities, whether, like, I think the economic and the social are intertwined or need constant reinforcement, and yeah, like discussion about whether there's white supremacy in Korea, whether there's literacy or fake meritocracy. Yeah, it was very long conversation. Scrolling. Okay, yeah, people have to put on a disguise to try to fit into a system that leads to social hatred and enforces it. And then, or maybe people feel that the closer they can move towards whiteness, the more opportunity they can have. Todd says that we have to differentiate American Marxists from Marxism itself. And so I think Todd maybe thinks that Marxism is not, like, Marxism is fine. Because then he asks, is there a chance that the free school is doing a proper dialectical analysis of the American social / political? And so I feel like we are trying to do a dialectical analysis. Sure. I don't know if, like, from off the bat we would say that it's Marxist inherently. It's not anti-Marxist.
It's Marxist, and that we've gone beyond Marx.
Yeah. And then this question of I think that okay, and then lastly, MDR, if you're trying to improve people's lives, you have to engage with the status. Because without accounting for how a bomb is actually delivered to the suburb, the analysis is sloppy. So yeah, I think that's my summary of this summary.
I have to find out how I can get all of these comments on my phone.
Oh, yeah, I struggle with
How do you do it?
I think you have to go to live YouTube.
On YouTube.
There should be an option.
There's two different tabs. One for comments that people made after the video was live streamed, and then there's a separate tab for comments that were made during the course.
But I still can't tell what we're disagreeing about.
You need an introduction.
Maybe that's what
It seemed like it came up when we were talking about War and Peace. As I understood, you were talking about War and Peace in the relationship of America to the world to better understand the nature of the system in the United States. Is it all political economy? What is the relation of political economy to white supremacy? Not to make any universal claims about a global system yet. That was my
I don't think it was actually so much like a strong ideological disagreement. I think it's more that as we're fleshing it out, the nuances of like the language or how we say certain things, like certain words, it makes it land like it's more on one side or another. Like how strong of a force is it? Like how important is it? Is it the main only force? And I feel like that's
What does it not explain?
Yeah.
What is the difference?
Yeah.
What are the scopes of our thinking?
yeah.
Like this will sort of explain how confused I am. Because I was thinking about what we're talking about war, and we were saying that okay, if we say that war is necessitated because you have to keep a system in place. And I'm thinking that, okay, this doesn't take into consideration the economic argument. But I can't separate the economic argument from the systems argument. I mean,
That's one.
Wait, but I thought, okay, wait. When I say war, maybe it's just because I don't go into the nitty gritty, but like, okay, here's how war functions to maintain a white supremacist social system. War or imperialism, I don't know what the proper term is. It's needed to keep hegemony, and war is needed to keep the price of goods low, to maintain the American way of life in America. That's how I would say. Like,
But why, like, does white supremacy need war? Like,
Then maybe
these are
we
different-
can.
Maybe these are questions for future discussion.
I don't get how it doesn't make sense. This is literally boys.
Yeah, we'll go for it.
Not so clearly.
Well, because in Russian America, Du Bois's war is the enemy of opportunity for Black people. Like, he basically says war is the enemy of democracy. Like, and that's why I think Baldwin says American way of life. Like, he never says this is a threat to like capitalism. He says the issue is if the white supremacist social system cannot maintain an American way of life, meaning the illusion, the lie of liberal democracy, the safety of white liberal democracy, the cheap goods, the cars, the suburbs, happy life, then what it will do is it fucks up. It makes the white supremacist social system unstable, which in some ways is what you could say the Trump movement to a certain degree. I guess that's what works. Like that liberal democracy is not working. What it shows the American people is that liberal democracy is not working. But I don't know, maybe not me. No one's vibing.
It's just like.
Oh yes. Yes. That would be good.
Because we're way past time.
2:30. Well, I'm very excited to remind people that next week on Saturday, October 5th, we will be at Mosque number 12 doing a documentary screening roundtable discussion and taking questions from the audience on our documentary that we produced and released for the 100th anniversary of James Baldwin. The unfulfilled, fulfilling the unfulfilled and answering the unanswered, featuring James Baldwin. And I mean, to go briefly, I know it's getting late, the political objective and opportunity presented to us here is, one, it is of significant importance that we're able to have this documentary screening at Mosque number 12. It presents possibilities of I would say furthering and developing our relationship with them on the meeting ground of James Baldwin. They don't really allow people to be in the mosque for their own events or purposes. That's like really their sacred space and their, I guess, temple or sanctuary or fortress against outside even destruction and struggle. So it's of significant importance for us to be able to be there. And then for us to be able to be there on the meeting ground of James Baldwin presents an incredible opportunity for us to struggle together. You know, they are an organization that comes from a lot of what we talk about in the documentary of a revolutionary chronology opposing slavery and white supremacy for Black freedom and thus universal freedom. And so, that's in terms of being able to discuss the documentary, that's something that they can relate to, and we can even further develop the ideas in this documentary with what they're thinking about and what they're practically engaged in. Especially in this time, we can relate it to the explaining what is happening in this country right now, which, we have a political crisis that has never been seen before, that not only causes immense suffering and degradation in this country, but genocide across the world, and presents the possibility of nuclear annihilation. And, furthering on our meeting ground of James Baldwin, a sense of the possibility of the future through struggle with, once again, we have common assumptions and common goals, freedom through love. I would say that the Nation of Islam is an organization that has one of the long-standing experiments in revolutionary nonviolence, in a particular specific way, of course, but nonetheless believes in a revolutionary transformation of love and that kind of freedom. And so furthering out these ideas of James Baldwin in the documentary with another organization that is committed to freedom in this country is a beautiful possibility. And I'm very excited to have all of us there in the mosque to contribute to this.
Did you see the time?
And of course, we'll be there at 3, doors open at 3 o'clock. Program will start at 3:30 and we'll go until 7. So we'll have ample time for discussion.
So we might want to end free school.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Or even 12:30.
Eat something and then get there on time.
Even 12:30.
Isn't there fruit there?
They only eat once a day.
Oh, yeah.
Food is a minimal concern. for me.
Flipper said even 12:30,
Okay.
so we can eat lunch and then go there.
That'd be very good. Oh, or we could start at 9 a.m. We could do 10 to 12:30,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very.
which means arrive by 9.
Next week, preschool starts at 10.
Okay. Yeah, everyone in the chat says today was a good
Yeah.
discussion.
Wow.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremiah.
Yeah.